to the training that we have today to highlight a couple of important aspects of governance. First, today we have managing negative public participation. Next session is public trust and mistrust and understanding parliamentary procedures. So we do want to thank you for taking the time out of your day to be here with us as we, as local officials, try to govern appropriately and deliver messages to our public in a clear and concise manner while managing how the dynamics of how people get information and how governments operate. And this is very important to all of us here in our beach communities, but also throughout the state. And we're very fortunate to have partnered with the Florida League of Cities. So later on today, when we get into parliamentary procedures, we're going to ask for our elected officials to probably assume the seats here on our makeshift dais, and then we'll probably incorporate this dais as well as Marilyn Crotty assists us with that with Dr. Payne. But certainly this is an opportunity for you to ask any questions that you may have, to be involved and be engaged. And we are going to partner with the League of Cities to provide subsequent trainings and more information for you as the elected and appointed officials, because we want to make sure that we're prepared to deal with governance in the 21st century. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Scott Payne with the Florida League of Cities.
Thank you. Good morning, and sorry for a slow start this morning. You all know Tampa Bay traffic, and I was just reminded of Tampa Bay traffic. I want a quick sense of, because I know there are at least a couple cities represented. So obviously Madeira Beach is here, but if you're from another city, would you raise your hand and let me know where you're from? Okay. St. Pete Beach? Beach? Dunedin? Seminole? St. Pete Beach? Everybody? Yes. Bushnell, welcome. That's a long trek. So your traffic was a lot worse than mine, but you're smart. You left earlier than I did, right? Yeah, a quick story about bad traffic in Tampa Bay and Dunedin. No offense. Two of my children, my oldest two birth children, were born at Mies when I lived in Tampa. And so it was the, yes, okay, so some people are already figuring this out. It was the near arrival of my son Michael on the bridge that reminded me of Tampa Bay traffic. So, all right, this morning's session, we're focusing on a somewhat problematic title, except I think it's a fair title, Managing Negative Public Participation. And so if we're going to talk about that, we have to be careful. So let's start by asking ourselves what we're talking about, and I'm actually going to give you a chance to watch something. You can just be grateful this isn't your council meeting, and then we will talk about what might be negative about the participation here.
Takeover tonight of Albuquerque City Council chambers.
Cultural activities in our community displayed on Albuquerque.
What started out like any other meeting deteriorated quickly, with councilors abandoning ship and protesters taking over their seats, upset with APD and demanding change. Things spiraled out of control when this man, an assistant professor at UNM, David Correa, took the podium in public comment, going after Chief Gordon Eden.
We now serve a people's warrant for arrest on Albuquerque Police Chief Gordon Eden. He is charged with accessory.
From there, the yelling started, and one woman even tried to hand Eden a warrant for his arrest. Eden got up and left without taking the paper or acknowledging the woman.
We're not leaving this podium. I am not leaving this podium.
Protesters kept their promise, taking over when councilors tried to break. They took that break, and protesters kept going.
Quit sitting on your hands.
Some councilors eventually returned. Council President Ken Sanchez tried to defuse things.
I was supposed to give people an opportunity to speak. We are here to listen to your concerns. Please respect the chamber.
But it was useless, with Sanchez nearly being drowned out by protesters.
We have no control of this meeting. This meeting is literally adjourned.
Councilors clearly upset, unable to get anything done to fix a troubled police department.
We've got some serious problems. They need to be addressed, but we can't address them by not conducting city business.
It was a complete...
The irony, if you may have caught it there at the end and in the news report as it continues, is the purpose of the particular agenda item on the meeting was, in fact, to take some action with regard to some concerns that the council had about their police department, which was what the protesters were there protesting. And because the protesters protested, the action didn't take place. But being negative doesn't mean being unpleasant. Negative participation can be unpleasant, but so can constructive public participation. It's not just because it's challenging, and it's not just because it happens to be in disagreement with what we want to do. So I want to think for a moment about being thoughtful. What was going on there that was not constructive public participation? What would you say was going on that made this particular event not constructive? Too much noise, okay. From many different voices, right? Okay. What else? Right, no, so no order, no control. Yeah, and that's something you're going to be talking about this afternoon when you talk about parliamentary procedure and why we have procedures, okay? For me personally, watching it, one of the things that I watch for is the difference between what I call political performance art and political protest. And they're connected. The whole thing of everybody having sheafs of paper to throw up in the air, it's like, what's that accomplishing? Okay, that's performance art, and it makes a nice clip, and they can, I don't know, live stream it on Facebook or whatever, you know, but what did it say? What did it mean? Here's what I think is important when we're thinking about dealing with public participation that can be difficult and trying to be clear about when is it not helping the process, when is it genuinely negative. So let's talk about positive participation. In whatever way it informs the public. So it could be very upset, could be very upsetting, but if it provides information to decision makers, even sometimes information that's about how people feel, okay, that's actually constructive, even though difficult. If we get a better, more complete understanding, if in the long run it improves the decision process, again, no matter how difficult it might make things, fosters a sense of public efficacy, meaning the public knows that they're heard, knows that their concerns are addressed. That doesn't always mean that a group of people from the public get what they want, but that sense that, okay, we were heard, we had a chance to participate, people paid attention, that's efficacy. And importantly, public participation is what legitimizes the process. It's one of the things that I think about that being a student of politics around the world to a limited extent, I think many of us in the United States don't realize how critically important that last point is. Some of us will remember a presidential election in 2000 and butterfly ballots and hanging Chad and all those things. And in the end, whether you're happy with the outcome in 2000 or not, one could reasonably assert that the decision about who was going to be president of the United States came down to the decision of 5 votes. 5 Supreme Court justices who made a decision, 4 who opposed it, that led to the inauguration of President George Walker Bush. In many countries of the world, people would have been in the streets, and there would have been armed violence as the rival factions fought for control of the executive mansion. We've seen that in recent months in countries where the election wasn't anywhere near as close. But here, we believe in a process, and we think our process is more or less legitimate. Maybe a little less so today than at one point. We may be a little more suspicious of it. That's not a reference to the present administration. It's been what's been happening in our country, and that's the second presentation this morning. But that process is what allows us to say, okay, I didn't get what I wanted, but that's the process. And on balance, Americans are much more willing to accept decisions they don't like from the political process than many other cultures. And it's important for us to remember that and to ensure that we preserve public sense of legitimacy, which means we've got to do the right thing in terms of public participation. So if it's negative, it's going to be misinformation. Doesn't help. That sometimes happens. It distracts from the issue at hand, and clearly that's what happened in the meeting. There was an issue to be addressed, and this show distracted from the action the council was actually seeking to take, undermines and disrupts the process, is intimidating. Can you imagine being there for a different item on the agenda, hoping to speak about a variance that someone is requesting for a fence in their backyard, or a rezoning petition, or a concern about what was happening with stray dogs in your neighborhood, and sitting in that auditorium and all of a sudden this happens? Are you going to come back? maybe if you're bored and you have nothing else to watch on television, you'll come, but you're very likely to feel intimidated by what's happening in that room. The same thing is true for the public sometimes when those of us who sit the front dais. I was a councilman for 8 years in Tampa, so I can say we in that sense, we can intimidate the public. And if the public feels intimidated by our conduct, they won't come back. And we have participation that actually, the goal of it is to delegitimize the process. And in that nature, it becomes negative. It hurts us. So this isn't about, I didn't like it. It isn't about, to me at least, it's not about whether they come to the podium. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is so-and-so. I live at such and such. And they speak like someone with a college education. That's wonderful, but that's not necessary for them to be participating positively. It's about things that either help us do our job or genuinely hinder it. And as leaders, the elected leaders especially, we have a role to play in helping to facilitate a legitimate process of public participation so that that participation can in fact be positive. People can feel comfortable addressing their concerns before council. They can feel confident that the council is actually acting in the interest of the public. So we're going to look at several things this morning that have to do with managing public participation in a variety of areas so that we can do the best job we can in fostering positive participation, which we want. I have a dear friend, love her dearly, council member and mayor. She's been a mayor for a long time, and she proudly proclaims how all of her meetings run for 30 minutes or less. Now, I would be proud of that from the standpoint of not getting bogged down in minutia. But if the public never has anything to say, I mean, it's possible that that city runs so well that no one ever has anything to say other than, thank you, Mayor, for creating a paradise on earth. It is a great city. I'm just not entirely sure that that's true. And we want to be sure the public participates, that they feel comfortable participating because we need to hear from them. All right. So we're going to talk about the pieces of the puzzle, and we're going to start with structure. This is all about the strategic part of it, thinking about how we can create an environment where the public will be feeling comfortable participating, will in fact participate, and the tendency will be for that participation to be relatively constructive. And it actually begins with architecture. So I want you to take a look. These are just two pictures of council chambers. Take a moment looking at these two different pictures, two different council chambers. And then I'd like to hear some contrast, like A is more this than B, or B is more this than A. Help me hear what you see in these two chambers in terms of how they feel to you. Yeah.
Well, A looks like it's higher and makes you feel like people speaking from that area are more superior and in charge.
Okay, so this isn't the dais, where the council sits is raised, and that gives the sense that there's a greater sense of authority that goes with that. Maybe sometimes we have a feeling of a sense of superiority that goes with that. The public is down lower, as opposed to the second one where they're all on the same level. Okay, so that, and then, by the way, as we're describing these, don't assume that any of those things are necessarily good or bad. They're descriptions. Okay, I'm not talking about good or bad yet. Yes. This is a distinction we've created here, not just in Florida, but in other states. We have our formal meetings and our less formal meetings. They're all under Florida law. They're all public meetings. They're all sunshine. They're all minutes. All those kinds of things have to be done. But sometimes, we're sitting behind our raised areas, and sometimes we're sitting at a table together. And so, and in fact, what's happening in the lower one is a meeting of the council with representatives of 3 or 4 different advisory groups. So you picked up something. This is more of a dialogue than a formal meeting to some extent. Okay? What else? That was yours? So which one is easier to manage the flow of public participation? Which environment would make it easier to manage public participation? A, okay, we understand that, right? Because it does speak to who's in charge. It speaks to the sense of there is a difference between the decision makers whose meeting this is and the public whose meeting they have a right to be heard, but ultimately they're not running the meeting. They are not at that table for the decision. Whereas the workshop environment, this with the advisory committee, everybody's at the same level. You could hear people talking over each other more readily. In fact, I don't know if you've ever thought about this, but if you are involved in committee work, any committee work, and you walk into the room and people are finding their places at the table to meet, where you sit matters, right? So the person who sits, if we had a, like a double-side long table, and one end seems to kind of be the head, someone who sits at that end asserts authority. Consciously or otherwise, that's the feeling, right? Someone who's kind of here along the table, typically less so. And if you watch executives in certain settings, you watch leaders in certain settings, sometimes they very consciously choose the head of the table. And sometimes they very consciously choose not to be in charge as explicitly, and they'll sit somewhere along the side. Of course, famously, there's King Arthur and his round table, the idea that they were all equal, so there was no head. But he was the king. They were not all equal. The physical environment in which we meet actually influences the way in which the public participates, how comfortable they feel participating, and how well we can manage the environment. Which means that there are times probably when we want the workshop-y kind of environment where people feel more comfortable just speaking and the meeting. And if we're in that environment, we ought to expect less control and be okay with that. Because it's going to be the nature of that environment. It's going to be harder to maintain the sort of highly structured character of a more formal meeting. So there's some things for which that's really good. When you want people to just have a chance to chat and share with you their concerns, that leveling the table is a good thing. When there is work you have to accomplish, you may need to assert more authority when there's a more formal agenda, and where you sit, how the room is configured, those things make a difference. I remember attending a council meeting, I actually think it was here in Pinellas County, it was a long time ago, and it was a routine council meeting. They didn't have anything even approximating a raised dais. They just had a table, and they sat down at the table, and a stranger coming into the room wouldn't have known who was an elected official, who was a member of the professional staff, who was a citizen. No way of knowing. They just sat at the table. Now, small town, maybe that's fine, but if there are difficulties, if there are challenges, then you need to use some of that structure to help you express the sense of the people who have a legitimate right to give direction to the meeting, and those are the folks who were elected. You were elected. No one else can stand in front of the audience and say, I represent. Not really. Think about that for a second. How often do we have citizens come forward and say, I represent, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, if they were elected by some association, okay, then they represent that association, but that's not the public. The public never shows up at a meeting. Members of the public show up at the meeting, but you will never see the public. Do you understand my point? The people who come to meetings are by their very nature. This is not a criticism, it's a description, different than the people who don't. Just as elected officials are different than the people who elect them. Because most of the people who elected you would never stand in front of people and say, vote for me. We're different. It's okay. So when you look at it, an angry crowd or an enthusiastic crowd, and there are hundreds of people in the room, and they're all in favor of something, that's not the public. That's a part of the public. And the rest of the public don't know what they think, because they're not here. So we need to help all the members of the public who are participating to participate constructively, but only those elected to office can say, I am the elected representative of the public. Everybody else represents their own association, which is all good, just different. So these are just invitations for us to think about what we're doing and to think about how we want to structure the physical space for meetings. Now, most of us have chambers to work with, like this, and so, okay, that's good. We know what that situation is, but when you're trying to do a particular kind of meeting, do we want to do it here? Do we want to do it in a different setting? Think about the atmosphere you want to create for the public and think about the nature of the dynamic you expect with the public. And use the architecture, use the layout of the tables and the chairs and space to help you manage the meeting. I'm going to pause. So orderliness, on the one hand, so the dais communicates orderliness. Openness, so the level table with everybody together suggests openness. And of course, you do need to be thinking about safety and security. Yes?
This is interesting because Madeira Beach has been trying to do our workshops the same way with tables and sitting on the dais, but so far we haven't had a time to do that because technical issues, right, streaming, things like that. But it'd be so much better to do that.
It is one of those things that sometimes you have to work on figuring out a way, and sometimes it takes a while. My own experience in Tampa City Council, our dais is actually raised. It's raised, I think, a foot and a half above the floor of the chamber, and it sits at the end of a long, relatively narrow chamber. So there's this real sense of oyez, oyez, order in the court kind of feeling when you come in the council chamber. And then there's this huge walled area in front of the dais, which is where the city clerk sits, and so there's really a division in that room. And if you're trying to have a dialogue with citizens, that's the goal. Now, your formal meeting where you've got a bunch of things on the agenda you need to cover, there's only so much space for dialogue. But when you want to workshop something, that space, so we would meet in other spaces. We would find other places in the building where we could set up a table and do those things, and try to accommodate that. So it's an interesting thought. How do you create the sense both that you can create the meeting you want, the one that's desirable for the circumstance, and so the public appreciates it, because the public's going to look at the space and kind of know what's expected of them. And just like when you walk in a classroom, well, here are the chairs. You didn't turn them into little coffee groups. You all sat neat and orderly. See how architecture influences our behavior? And you're all facing forward. No one's facing to the door. Architecture has a profound effect. Yes?
But you're still, whether it's a workshop or a regular commission meeting, no matter what it is, the chairman's responsibility is still
Yes.
to keep the order,
Yes.
to make sure everything stays on the agenda, and that a dialogue is not allowed when it's not really part of the agenda, unless it's under public comments or.
Well, and again, yeah, I'd say yes, but I would also say, but I know that there are settings where, in some cases, the decision is to have much more of an open conversation in a workshop. Again, I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. I'm just saying I know those choices are made. Degree to order, there needs to be clarity about order in any case and how it's going to work, but sometimes it's more free-flowing. It depends. And that's the second is about procedures. So if you are going to vary, so if this is a workshop, just something simple. If you're doing a public hearing on a land use issue where you're dealing with quasi-judicial proceedings, so a zoning issue, the public does not get that. And understandably, they don't get that because they elected you as their representatives, and suddenly you're judges. And the rules of evidence apply. And we're talking about, it's a quasi-judicial proceeding, and we talk about ex parte communication. It's like, right, exactly. Yeah, so we're talking about a party? Is that what? So it is really important that we explain our rules, that we are explicit, especially if we're making changes, or especially if it's a different kind of meeting than we usually have. We need to be very explicit for the public and say, this is a role of the presider to say, we are now entering into this, or this is how we're going to do things, and you just lay that out in front, because when people know what's expected of them, they're more likely to comply as long as you implement those fairly. So you treat everybody the same. Whatever the rules are for the circumstance, everybody who's in a similar situation at that meeting is treated the same. One of my favorite bad examples, I used to run a simulation, we're probably going to do it again in another year or two at the annual conference for the Florida League of Cities, a council meeting for the city of Sogum. That's an acronym for, I don't know, sunshine, oranges, gators, anyway, and it's a meeting gone wrong. The whole thing is a meeting gone wrong. But one of the things that goes wrong is that there's a member of council who gets very warmly personal with a lot of people who come up to speak, and then says nothing to other people who come up to speak. And what that communicates to the public so clearly is, what? I'm not important enough to get a greeting. And here you're fawning all over this person who comes up, and they get extra time, so they get their 3 minutes of buzzer, and she pops up her hand, happened to be a woman who did this the last time we did it, says, "Excuse me, Mayor, I'd like to ask a question." And then they continue a dialogue with this person, all very positive, supportive for like 5 minutes. Then the next person comes up, and what they have to say is not what that particular member of council wants to hear. The 3 minutes are up, they're done. And the public perceives that as unfair. One of the things I'm going to stress is that you always have multiple audiences. How many of your meetings are televised? Okay. You always have multiple audiences. So there are your colleagues on the council. There's the staff. There's the people in the audience. And then the people at home. And then the people who hear about it on a blog, a Facebook post, a Twitter post. Lots and lots and lots and lots of audiences. And all of them are watching, and not all of them have a clear background on what's going on. They're just trying to make sense of what's happening. And oftentimes the folks who watch our meetings on television, they're not glued to the set for the whole 2.5-hour meeting. They're flipping channels. So I wonder and they stop because something interesting, and they're watching for 2 or 3 minutes. They have no context at all for what's going on. They fall asleep. Yeah, that's true too. I know a lot of people use it late night, get to sleep. In the absence of context, they're going to have to make sense of what we as elected officials do in relation to the public. And they see something that doesn't, under normal circumstances, wouldn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. Disrespect, unkindness, or excessive courtesy, somebody seeming to get privileges that other people don't usually get. Be conscious of our procedures. They need to be explicit and clear, and then we need to implement them fairly, which means treating everyone similarly situated the same way. And I say similarly situated the same way. If we do these things, and this is on the front end, making sure we know what we're doing, being prepared to do it, reminding ourselves of what it means to manage the meeting, well, that goes a long way to helping members of the public participate constructively. Because one of the other things that many members of the public don't know is how to do what it is they need to do to be heard by elected officials. They're not sure what to say. They've heard stuff, they have suspicions. We'll talk about those suspicions in the second presentation. And so they feel like they have to yell at you up front because you're probably corrupt. Or they may just be really frightened about this whole thing because they've heard stories of people being dressed down by elected officials, or they're afraid that somebody's going to drag them out of the room if they say something wrong. They just don't know. Some of them also don't care. That's another segment of the public. But that's not the audience you're dealing with. You're dealing with them. You're dealing with the people watching how you treat them. So we just need to help them participate. And it has a lot to do with improving the quality of public participation. Questions about that before I move on? Yes, sir.
One thing I find myself bouncing around is the need for public participation in a meeting, which might be a workshop or something, and bouncing that off the ability of us to televise and let other people want to watch. And I should hope that, based on the number of people that show up at a commission meeting, I hope there's a lot more than home watching. You never know. But to me, it's how much participation that we can televise if we're in a chamber, but the geometry of the place is not conducive to people coming up speaking, particularly those that are a bit shy.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't because we treat them bad, it's just they're intimidated by the whole atmosphere.
That's right. That's right. Well, so one of the things I would suggest about public participation generally, we tend to focus on what's happening at the meeting. I'm actually going to talk about some other things in just a little bit, but I'll make this general observation. Public participation is mostly what happens when you're not meeting. You are elected officials. You are elected to represent not your friends, not the people who voted for you, not the neighborhoods that you know well, but the public, right? The whole public. You represent the public. Unlike our friends in the state legislature, even unlike our friends in the county commission, I use friends, Facebook friends, who are elected by party and sometimes lose sight of the fact that once elected, they're supposed to represent everybody. They sometimes lose sight of that because of the nature of partisan politics. Whatever the party background of a municipal official in Florida, in almost every city, we aren't elected based on partisanship, and so there's no allegiance to this party or that party. When we sit here, it's the public. So how do we get the public to participate? Well, we do what we did when we campaign. We talk to them. We go where they are. We learn from them. So I think it's a really often underestimated role of elected officials, not just during campaign season, to be the facilitator of public participation where the public is. Who wants to come to that 2.5-hour meeting where you're checking off a bunch of contracts that have to be approved and you've got a discussion about an ordinance about something most people don't understand at all, and there are 2 rezonings which, okay, they're fine for the most part, but there's these technicalities, and I don't want to sit there just to tell you about stray dogs. Right? Why should they have to? They should be able to, but we should hear about it ourselves. And this is not about the city manager here, but I feel badly for city managers when an elected, something comes percolating up at a meeting and people are all incensed, and a councilman or mayor turns to the city manager and say, "Why didn't you tell us about this?" And the city manager is going, "I didn't know." Well, why didn't you know? So wait a second. Who was elected to represent the people? Oh, that was the elected officials. The city manager there was hired to run the city in response to the representation that the elected officials bring. So your concern is valid, and I was joking a little bit about the short meetings earlier. It's okay if your meetings don't go long. It's okay if lots of people don't show up, as long as you know, because you're out in the community, that people feel good about how things are going. We've got enough going on in our lives, all of us, that if we feel comfortable with the way the city is being run, we're not going to show up at the meeting. We don't need to. But not showing up isn't proof that we're comfortable. The only way we know how the public feels is to talk to them. Right? Okay. Let's talk about managing the meeting itself, and you're going to get a lot of parliamentary procedure from Marilyn Crotty, who's fabulous at this. I'm glad that she can do this for you. I just want to talk about some basic ideas about managing public participation. So here are the do's. So this is less about the rules than about the behavior. Show interest. Someone comes up to speak to you. That's not the time to look out the window. It's not the time to check your phone. It's, oh heavens, it's not the time to lean back and say something to a colleague. Right? Because we're not supposed to have conversations about city business except on the record. It's not time to roll your eyes, even if that's how you feel, right? Show interest and show respect. Always. Always. Now, I was not good at this, and I tend not to be a good poker player so people can see what I'm feeling on my face. I have to practice this a lot. There was a gentleman who would come to council meetings in Tampa for a couple years when I was on council, regularly came to every meeting. He had white hair like me, a big white beard, white polyester suit, white shirt, white tie, white patent leather shoes, close. And he would come forward and he would say, he was somewhat diminutive too, and he'd come forward and he'd say, "My name is Floyd. My name is the ordained of God, Reverend Floyd Irwin, and I have a message from the Lord." Every meeting, 2 years. And then the things he would say, I don't think God told him those things. Sometimes they were nasty, sometimes anti-Semitic. Our mayor at the time was Jewish. He was just, obviously things were going on in his life that he could have used some help with and he wasn't getting it. But I'm very impatient, and I just found him annoying. And so every time he came forward, I would, now, I'm not conscious of what I'm doing. I'm expressing my feelings without thinking about what I'm communicating, until the time when, as he's coming forward and I'm about to roll my eyes, I happen to look to the back of the chamber, and there is a young woman with 2 young children. And in my head, I hear, "Okay, children, today we're going to go to City Hall. We're going to see our government at work." And I thought of this nice young lady with her 2 young children watching this nice old man come up and be disrespected by the members of council. Me. And I thought about that audience. I said, that's not okay. So every time that the ordained of God Reverend Floyd Irwin would come to a meeting, I would lean in. I would focus my eyes on him. I would determinedly show interest to show respect. Did he ever have anything to contribute to our discussions that was useful? Honestly, I do not remember a time. But he was entitled to my interest and respect, especially because I'm an elected official. When we as elected officials behave, that's the government behaving. We are representatives of the government. So yeah, show interest and respect. Give each member their due. This is where I was talking about no more, no less. So treat everybody the same who is similarly situated. If you get 3 minutes, you get 3 minutes. You get 3 minutes. You don't start a conversation. Sometimes there are occasions where we need clarification and then specifically to ask a question because it really is a question. You didn't understand something, and maybe that's what you do. But the clarity for the public has to be everybody gets treated the same. Everybody gets the same, given the same situation, everybody's treated the same. What we don't want to do, don't emphasize our power. And you can go on YouTube and go looking for council meetings gone bad. And one of the most common ways in which they go bad is the chair beginning to sound like a tyrant and trying to be forceful and authoritative and, well, I'm the chair of I'm the mayor. And it's like, yeah, but you're just another human being. Even though there is power, and we all know there's power, not emphasizing power. Really powerful people don't emphasize their power because they don't need to. It's only people who wish they were powerful and are not who make a big show of the power they have. Don't personalize. Some councils, I think we actually may have talked about this when I was here before, but some councils, first name, and that's what they do. Okay, that's the community culture, that's fine. Some councils, it's council member, or it's councilwoman, or it's councilor, or it's mayor, all titles. And then likewise for staff, if it's all first names, fine. If it's all titles, Mr., Ms. People come forward from the public, Mr., Ms. Why should I get a title and a citizen not? Why should I get a title and a staff person not? Titles communicate power and respect. And if we insist on a title but don't give it, then we're saying we're more important, more powerful. How about title? The other thing about title is, again, it depends on our community culture, but if you use titles, that tends to make it feel a little more formal, a little more proper, and people tend to behave a little better. Exactly. And I'm not telling you what you should do in terms of first names or title. I'm simply saying be consistent, and that shows respect. There was a new CEO of Bendix Research Lab many, many years ago. He would later be a Treasury Secretary, Michael Blumenthal. My dad worked for Bendix in the research lab. Bendix Corporation is a large corporation. They make brakes and they make aircraft parts and all kinds of things. My dad worked in the research division where you couldn't walk down the hallway without knocking down a PhD. Floor after floor of doctors. And they were very, Dr. Payne, very proud of their doctoral, we're smarter than everybody else kind of. You could feel that way walking down the hallways of the research lab. So when Michael Blumenthal, who had his master's in business administration from Harvard but did not have a PhD, when he became CEO and he visited the research lab and he picked up on this, he shortly after that, for multiple reasons, adopted a corporate policy disseminated to everybody that in every meeting, every member of the staff, from the CEO to the person who cleaned the carpets, would be referred to by Mr. or Ms. or Mrs. based on their preference. No doctor. Leveled the playing field. The CEO is Mr., the PhD is Mr., the custodian is Mr. or Ms. It doesn't matter. Treated the same. And hear what that does. That shows respect for everyone. And the don't go there. This is when people attack, when the public is attacking an elected official in particular, or a professional staff person, sometimes we allow it to get the better of us and we take them on personally and we go there. That never turns out well. It never does. So we talked already about procedures being clear, about being consistent. When people are getting obnoxious, get quiet. Strong, but quiet. So the louder someone yells, Mr. Payne, Mr. Payne, Mr. Payne, we understand you're upset. And what happens? It brings the whole temperature down. It shows that the person, the leader, is still in control of themselves, and that means they're going to be in control of the meeting. If you get into a shouting match at a public meeting, you've already lost. And sometimes you can't get it back. That's when you take a break. That's what that council did. They called a recess, hoping things would calm down. When they didn't, then they canceled the meeting because they couldn't get anything done. Okay, you could say, oh, we lost. We can't let that happen. Well, come back the next day, see if the crowd is as big as it is. Odds are, it won't be. Take a 5-minute recess. If things are getting too hot, we're just going to take a break, give everybody a chance to breathe. You don't even have to say that. So we're taking a 5-minute recess. Help people manage themselves. Know when you need to do that. And that's, if you're a member of council, you can turn to the mayor and say, could we have a 5-minute recess? You can invite because the presider can get caught up in this. It's like, could we take a 5-minute recess? Just 5 minutes, just everybody get a chance to cool off, start again. And I already talked about remembering all of your audiences. When you have controversy, or you anticipate controversy, coming back to the comment about public participation, what are the processes that are out there that the public knows about? What are we doing to bring in public concerns, especially when we know we have a controversial issue? Because usually controversies don't really surprise us. Most of them, if we're reasonably in touch with the community, if we're reasonably aware of our constituents, most of the time, something percolating, we're going to know, yeah, that's going to be likely to be controversial. What are we doing to facilitate public participation outside of the formal meeting to get good public input leading into the meeting? So are we doing town halls? Are we going out in the neighborhood? You got something major going on in a part of your city and you know it's going to stir controversy. Get out there, and especially the elected officials should be getting out there. I won't ask you to raise your hands. I know that it's commonly the case that we knock on doors when we're running for office. And we don't knock on doors, typically, when we're not running for office. One of the most powerful things an elected official can do is knock on a door when it's not campaign season. I do want to tell you, if you do that you ought to have EMS following behind you, because people will be so shocked that you're at their door and it's not campaign time. The standard question you'll get is, what, is there another election? Didn't we just vote you into office? Yes, yeah, I'm here to say thank you. I'm here to find out what you're concerned about. I can't do my job if I don't know what you're thinking about. When you know you've got a controversy, you know you've got a particular issue, you know particular parts of the community are concerned, get into the community. Find ways to facilitate constructive public participation before things blow up. And that's something you can work on very explicitly together. If you know you're dealing with a sensitive issue coming up, you can have a workshop talking about public participation and what activities you're going to engage in. And you're going to organize some town halls. You're going to ask citizens to hold backyard barbecue. What are you going to do? And be strategic about it. So that by the time you get to the formal meeting, you may not have solved the problems. There may still be controversy, but you understand the controversy and you have laid the foundation for being able to navigate that controversy. Likewise, if you know you've got a controversial issue, you should do some good strategic thinking about where it should appear on the agenda to the extent that you have the opportunity to do that. Because where it appears on the agenda will influence what else happens in that meeting and how people will feel about the issue. So more controversial things, this is me speaking, you can do what you want, more controversial things shouldn't come at the end of a meeting. because people will have waited for however long and they'll be getting increasingly frustrated waiting while you're talking about the dog park or whatever, and there's this big thing that's this burning issue, and there are all these people there, it's there for this burning issue. They're going to be that much more frustrated after sitting for 2 hours. If it should come later in a meeting, do a time certain is a great strategy to say, we will take up this issue at 10 o'clock on whatever day. And people know, okay, we don't have to be there before 10, or we don't need to be there before 7, or whatever it is, but we'll be there, and we don't have to hang out, and we know at 10 o'clock, at 7 o'clock, whenever we're going to do it. And then you hold yourself to it. Time certain means time certain. It's 7 o'clock, you're in the middle of a conversation, presider says, pardon me, my colleagues, we said at 7 o'clock we would take this issue up. We made this time certain. So we were obviously having an important conversation, but I need to ask us to set that conversation aside so that we can begin what we said we would do at 7, which builds trust with the public, by the way. Think carefully about what will work in order to foster constructive dialogue in the formal meeting itself in terms of where it appears on the agenda. In conversations with the public and with each other on controversial issues, I always want to encourage people to emphasize rights and interests. And be clear about what rights are and what they're not. My children love to say that they have a right to free speech in my house. I tell them they don't. I will listen to them, but there's no First Amendment right in my household, though. I'm sorry. People will claim rights to all kinds of things, and what they're asserting is that they would wish that that was a right, but it's not their right. None of the rights we have are absolute. None of them are absolute. Not one of them. They all are balanced against other rights in our system. Talking about rights and being clear about rights and what people have a right to. And then interests. What do they care about? That keeps us from talking about people. We talk about the things that are relevant to the issue. And don't make a big deal out of positions in power. Neither the positions that we hold as elected officials or that one holds as professional staff. At the end of the day, when we're having this conversation, it's for the whole community about something. And in that sense, we all have rights and we all have interests. Positions in power are not the point. Okay, questions about that, managing ourselves and managing the actual meeting process, just some general ideas. Is this making sense? Some things to think about? Okay. Let's take on one of the most difficult things, the emotional dimension of a meeting. I have a video clip. If you've attended EMO recently, you've seen this, and I will just acknowledge this is tough. But I want you to see it, and I want to talk about it. Oh, context. Some of you, if you went to the Florida League of Cities conference in August last year, you recognize the man in the middle. This is former Chief of Police Brown from the city of Dallas. The people at the dais, on the left you have the county sheriff. Middle is Chief Brown. On the right you have the DA, the district attorney for the Dallas area. They're holding a town hall meeting, happens to be in a church that offered up its building. This is because, this is a few years ago, then there had been a number of police shootings of African-American males, and there was a lot of controversy. They'd had a prior town hall meeting. It had not gone well at all. And so they're trying again, and they're trying to get it right this time. So this is a town hall, which is an environment in which there's an expectation that there'll be some dialogue. The citizens get to speak their minds, a certain limited amount of time. There's some back and forth, and these folks have been willingly sat down and say, we want to hear from you, we want to hear your concerns.
My name is Rosalind Harrison. I am a member here at FWBC. My question is addressed to Chief Brown as well as DA Watkins. I am here crying out for justice for Jason Harrison, killed, murdered on June the 14th, 2014, okay? That was the first time ever a body cam was on the lapel of a Dallas police officer. One camera supposedly lost or misplaced, and the other, you failed to give us the footage of the video to the family. I'm not sure if we really want to see that video. but it's our right. It is our right. And it is our taxpayers' dollars that are keeping these officers on the clock. And you have the audacity after 5 days to put them back on the clock. How is that so? We are crying out as family, as victims of, we are the victims. I will die and I will live for my cousin. I will die here right today. I will die here right today.
The voice you're hearing off camera is the pastor of the church he's facilitating the meeting. So after this, what you just saw, he starts to step in. So here's my question. What is your reaction to the response of the panelists? There was no response. What's your reaction to that? You're angry, okay? They didn't care. Now, let's be clear. I've watched the whole 2 hours of this town hall meeting, and would not be fair to say is that these people don't care. But that's the impression that this left, because that was a pretty dramatic bit of testimonial. It frankly has taken me watching it a number of times not to get a little choked up. I lost a child, so there's a special connection. But yeah, shouldn't they have done something? And you can see Chief Brown, he's thinking, he's sitting there, and then he's going, wait a second, maybe I should say something. And he's just about to when things begin to go in another direction. So, all right. This is an example of emotional testimony, and we get emotional testimony. And some of us tend to be a little more of the hyper-rational character, so that we tend to do deep analysis of things and we don't show our emotions. Some people tend to be more emotional, and we do deep emotional analysis of things, and it shows. So there are varying ranges of comfort with this. But what we need to do with emotion when it's presented to us is just take it for what it is. Just let it be. That's a given. What you know is that this woman was emotional when she spoke. Occasionally someone will say, well, that was just a show to, stir up the crowds. Could be. I don't know. But what I know is that she expressed emotion. Okay, you're watching a movie and somebody expresses emotion. They're still expressing emotion, even if they planned it. What's given is that there's emotion. It's there. And think of all those audiences. Whatever's going on with her, I tend to view her as being sincere and sincerely torn up, but maybe not. Whatever's going on with her, there are these audiences watching. And she makes this very emotional appeal. That's what's a given. When they come to us at council or other settings, there are going to be times when they can't handle their own emotions. It just happens. And in fairness, it's not an insult to the council. It's not an insult to the staff when somebody can't control their emotions, and some people can't under some circumstances. And so just having a degree of tolerance, and I don't mean tolerating bad behavior, I mean accepting that this is where they're coming from. Sometimes they'll be very upset about something or seem to be upset about something, and it's actually not about that at all. So how many of you are familiar with the social media app Nextdoor? Okay, the best times, worst of times kind of app, like so many social media apps. So for those who don't know, this is geographically based, and you actually have to have property in a neighborhood to be in that part of Nextdoor. So my neighborhood, I have a house, I'm on Nextdoor for my neighborhood. In my neighborhood, we have kind of windy streets, and we allow on-street parking. Nice traffic calming, in my opinion. Anyway, one of my neighbors backed out of his driveway, perhaps a little too hastily, and backed into a car on the other side of the street, parked on the side of the street. Now, it was parked at the end of the driveway, okay. So he was very upset about that, especially when he got the ticket, because the parked car didn't hit his car. he hit the parked car. So he goes off on this rant about the parked cars. And then he goes off on a rant about parked cars on streets. And then he goes off on a rant about corruption in the police department. And on and on and on. What's he upset about? He's upset about how much he has to pay because he busted up this other person's car. But by the time he gets to council, that's not what he's talking about, right? And that's important. Somebody may be very upset. You may get powerful emotions coming out of them. And it pays to listen, and depending on the situation, to debrief with them, to talk to them, to help walk them out of that intensity, to see what's really going on, because often the emotion is attached to something that's actually not what it's about. And in the heat of, how many of you will recognize this? When you're really upset, someone saying, well, now, let's be reasonable. That doesn't work real well. That's exactly, makes you more angry. So when we're trying to run a nice meeting and productive meeting, and someone comes up and they blow a gasket and they're spewing emotion all over everywhere, some of us will have this desire to try to reason with them. Probably not a good idea, because it often makes things worse. So what do we do with these emotional demonstrations? Because they happen. What do we do with them? I love this from Michelle Bono is the one who taught this to me. She was assistant city manager in Tallahassee for many years and now works with us at the Florida League of Cities. She's part of the Summit series we're doing right now. No one cares how much you know until they know how much you care. Look at that carefully. No one cares how much you know until they know how much you care. This is perhaps a particular vulnerability of professionals, professional staff, and elected officials with professional backgrounds. We learn our stuff, and someone goes off on something about stray dogs, and we want to explain to them how it really works. Because we know all the issues and the policy and who handles animal control and how we deal with these things. Nope. No one cares how much you know until they know how much you care. So whether this is a confrontation in a private setting, whether this is at a meeting, if you're going to respond at all, the first thing to do when you respond to emotion is to respond to the emotion. I hear how angry you are. I am sorry that this is so upsetting to you. Notice, not, I'm sorry that we screwed up. No, I'm sorry that this is so upsetting to you. Don't say things like, I know exactly how you feel, because you know what? You don't. Right? But you can say in a passionate, compassionate way, I can hear how upsetting this is to you. I am sorry for the pain that you're experiencing. Oh, okay, you actually care. That's at least a start. Maybe you care. And then when we do that, when we don't try to argue with the emotion, we don't try to tell them that they're being unreasonable, we don't respond with simple rationality, even if we're right, to their emotion, but we respond with empathy, that often opens up the channel of communication. And we can get past the initial anger to an understanding of what we really need to do. And it may also help to de-escalate. When we are cold toward people who are hot, people who are only lukewarm are going to get hotter. It's an opposites thing. But when we show compassion, it draws other people into that sense of compassion, and it brings us together rather than dividing us. So my wife was at home when I was on council. We're young, so she's in her late 30s, mid-30s. She gets this call. I won't do it the way the man did it on the phone, but he's very loud, and he's just ranting and raving. Where is the councilman? I'm sorry, he's not home right now. Well, I was out in my yard. I was working, and it's hot. It's 90 degrees. I came in. I'm dirty. I'm sweaty. I go in the shower, and the water coming out of my shower head is brown. What is the councilman going to do about this? And he's just ranting to my wife on the phone, because I'm not there. So she listens to him. And he finally runs out of breath or whatever. And she says, I can understand how upsetting that would be for you. Would you like to come over and use our shower? he's not sure he understands her the first time. She says, "What did you say?" And she repeats herself. She said, "The councilman's not here at the moment. I'll call him right now. But in the meantime, you could come over and use our shower." And he just breaks out laughing. And then he's, "Oh, that's all right, honey. That's so sweet of you." But you hear what she did. She started with compassion. He was clearly upset. And she did not, I know how you feel, but I can understand why that would be upsetting to you, not to be able to get a shower with clean water. Can I do something to, would you like a cup of cold water? Would you like to take a shower? Would you like, responding to the need. Diffuse the conversation completely. My staff person, Terry Smith, was also incredibly good at that. And people would call up and she turned on her Southern charm, which I lack because I'm from Michigan. She turned on her Southern charm and she won me so many supporters because she was compassionate. She listened to them when they were angry. She helped them get off the cliff. And then we worked together. So think about, don't argue with the emotion. Sometimes people come forward and they put on these shows and go, "Man, that's just so ridiculous." And maybe it is. But still, respond to emotion with appropriate emotion, show understanding, show empathy, works. And remember, it works for those other audiences especially well. The public's going to see that the public officials care. Questions? Yes? So yes, and I don't want to say no. I'm going to say yes, and then just acknowledge that the phrase. It's so. What do you say to someone who's lost a loved one? Right. This is the place where all of us who've been in this situation, both we've lost someone we love, we've been with people who've lost someone we love. Say, what do you say? Because you can't say anything that makes it better. The problem with "I'm so sorry for your loss" is we've all been taught to say it. And so I get concerned that it gets heard in the same way that "thank you for your service" now gets heard. And so so yes, it is appropriate. If there's language just a little different you can say. Yeah, right, so the tone makes a difference. Finding ways to manage the words just a little bit, just adjust them so they're more sincere, sound more sincere, not that you weren't sincere before. Yes.
To the side or those types of things, because then it shows the person that you're taking their specific issue seriously and then allocating your appropriate time. And then the other stuff is also what they wear to those kind of meetings. When you wear your badge, because law enforcement officers in their regular uniforms, it's intimidating to start off with. So if you were going to have a town hall meeting, they could have worn a polo shirt or something that in essence provides that connection to the public as well.
And in some circumstances, that's probably a good strategy. In this large town hall, I don't know whether I would want the chief not to come looking like he's the chief of police, but I hear you, and there are various settings where I think that's true. I think it's a good idea. And you just suggest something that I think is also really good. When someone comes forward and they're very upset about something, it's just a public comment phase, to simply say, have someone say, "Mr. Payne, I can hear how upset you are about the water problem that you've identified in your house. Would you speak with so-and-so and provide your information, and after this meeting, I'll get back with you." And, kind of taking turns on council, or if they're from your district as opposed to, so not an engagement, not a conversation, not asking for further comment, but simply acknowledging that that's important to that person. We don't want it to just go away. We're going to take that next step. So would you please provide your phone number, or would you chat with someone, and direct them to that first next step toward engagement with the city, with you, and then follow up. And again, that shows the compassion, shows I actually care, which is what matters. Okay? People with strong emotions make a lot of us uncomfortable. And it's really uncomfortable when you're sitting there in the front when this stuff happens. Breathe. Show them how much you care. The press. So part of managing public participation effectively is good press relations. And I mean that in the sense of having good relationships with people in the press, both the traditional press and now the new press, the various ways in which people are getting information because people post things to Facebook, they tweet things, they put things on Instagram, they're using Snapchat, whatever they're doing. So we think about these people who are doing this work that maybe in the past was done mostly by the formal press and now is being done by a lot of other folks. How do we want to think about the folks in the press? They're storytellers. And you can see those headlines, and part of the job of a storyteller is to draw us into the story. Now, in traditional media, like newspapers, the headline isn't written by the reporter. Back in the day, headlines were written by headline writers. That was their job. In many of the operations now, because they're cutting back staff so much, the reporter may also be writing the headline. But the whole idea of the headline is to get you to read the story. It's like picking a title for a book. And my first book is Rethinking Public Leadership for the 21st Century. And the executive director of the Florida League of Cities said, yeah, I want to buy that book. So you go, but you should have said something like, politicians gone wild in Florida, or something. That would get people reading it. Okay. They're storytellers. That's their job. And they need to tell a compelling story. That's their job. Okay, so can we help them do that job? They're not the enemy. They are community storytellers. Some of them may start their stories once upon a time, a long, long time ago. Some of them may have already cast us as Darth Vader. That can happen too. But they're still just, they're storytellers. And to tell the stories they need to tell, they need information. They need interviews. They can't tell a story without content. So we can help them by providing them content. They're not our storyteller. You know, this isn't the royal court and they're the minstrel who sings the praises of the king or queen at the drop of a hat. That's not their job. Their job is to tell a story that will draw an audience, and the audience, you're only one person for that audience. So just accept they're not going to tell our story, they're going to tell their story. But we can get some of our pieces of the story into their story by helping them do their job. When we talk to the press, when we conduct ourselves as people who are responsive to the members of the press because they're one of our channels to the public, we won't get them to tell the story the way we want, but we do get a chance to tell part of our story. And my experience is that in general, there are always exceptions in any profession, but in general, if a public official responds to the press positively, helps them do their job, and accepts that they won't tell the story the way we want it told, but they'll tell a story, lets the reporter know when you really thought a story nailed it. Lets a reporter know nicely, said, I read your story or saw your story on the news. And I really liked how you handled this because I thought that was something the public needed to understand so well. I just, I will hope the next time we're doing something that you wouldn't do that, whatever the this and the that are. Just, just polite, constructive criticism. You go to a restaurant and you felt like the green beans were overcooked, you tell them. So next time they don't overcook them for you, right? And the other part is how we behave. They're storytellers. And if we give them a bad story to tell that'll attract an audience, you bet they'll tell it. Where did I find that video clip? The first one. I found it on YouTube. Why was it on YouTube? Because a local TV station had broadcast that story in Albuquerque about what was going on at their council meeting. It was riveting. We give them a bad story to tell? That's the story we'll tell. That's simple, but just that basic idea of working with the press is working with them and not treating them as the enemy, but accepting that this is what they do, is tell stories. Questions? Yeah.
In my dealings with the press, I would tell them something, and when it came out, it you know, they kind of slanted it. And, you know, I guess I go by the old adage, you know, good news doesn't sell. You know, only bad news sells. You know, so how do you, if you have someone that is like that, how do you deal with that situation?
Okay, so there are two things. There are reporters who play games. There are exceptions in every profession, and they're not, you know, those folks are not honest and not straightforward. If you're dealing with someone like that who was in a press organization, well, you know, so they're actually an employee, and they really are doing that. You get them the benefit of the doubt. You say, you know, when you did that, that wasn't, you know, how I understood the story. But don't get angry. Just it's a conversation, you know, about the story they told. If you're clearly being played by this person, they're clearly in it for different purposes than telling a story that bears some resemblance to the truth, then you challenge them and you take it up the ladder. You know, when you do that, you know, just like any place else, you ask to speak to the manager at the restaurant and you complain about the green beans, you're not going to win the love and affection of the chef. Or the waiter, whatever, you know, you understand that. So you don't go there right away. But when clearly after multiple efforts you're not making headway, or you've got somebody new on the job and they need to be brought in line with professional conduct, okay, you go up the ladder. And then you just know whenever you're dealing with them, you probably still need to deal with them, but you just know you're not going to get a fair deal, and you're very careful about what you say, and you're very careful about what you don't say. Now, there's some reporters I would chat with, and others I would only be in interview mode with, because I knew a chat could get used. So it's, you know, short answers. But here's a little trick, by the way. If you want to be quoted, you want to be sure they get it right. Take the time. So they call you, say, hey, I'm in the middle of something. Let me call you back. Give me 10 minutes. I'll call you right back. Because you're always in the middle of something. Daydreaming. You're still in the middle of something. You give yourself, I mean, it's true. You're in the middle of something. You're not ever doing nothing. And then in those 10 minutes, you know, say, what's this about? When you're talking, what's this about? Okay, I'll get back to you. So let me finish this up. I'll be right back. And then think, okay, what's my point? Write it down. Work the words. And what you're looking for is 8 words, 10 words, 8-second soundbite, something pithy, something that makes your point, and you keep coming back to it if you need to. You stick to those words. Now, it may tire out the reporter, but at the end of the day, that's what they're going to quote. So make sure it's what you want it to be. If you don't want to be quoted, then what you want to do is do a long, rambling sentence that's so complicated that there's no way that they can quote you because there's so much stuff in it and it's going by very fast. Thank you, Councilman. You won't be quoted. And I'm serious. I used to play that game with them. When I didn't want to be quoted, I would say things, and they were meaningful things, but nothing they could quote me on because I didn't want to be quoted. And when I wanted to be, then I would work on those words. Okay. Sure. Yeah. So you say I'll respond to your questions by email, or I'll be happy to do that. You and some of us, frankly, are. We have the tendency when we're speaking to dig ourselves deeper holes. That's also true for us sometimes. It's like on this issue, under these circumstances, I need the chance to put this in writing so I get it the way I want it to be. Yeah, and you can do that. I want to encourage, especially elected officials, not to write anyone off, and it sounds like neither of you have done that, and because you never know at what point you'll have an inroad and it will make a difference. So actually, some of you may know Mary Jo Malone, columnist with the Tampa Bay Times for years, St. Pete Times before that. Mary Jo was a columnist with the St. Pete Times when I was on council. We didn't get along for a variety of interesting reasons, and so I'd be the target of some unpleasant columns from time to time. But when my daughter died and she saw the obit, I was out of office at that point, she called me. And she was actually affected by the story. And I did an interview with her. And the column she wrote after that was unbelievable in terms of the message it delivered. So someone I had done battle with for 8 years, 3 years later, she writes this beautiful And not only beautiful in the sense of touching, nice for me and for my family, but also in terms of some things that were important about this story. She did. Because I always treat her with respect. That's right. Reporters are human too. Right. Let's talk a little bit about social media, and we'll be bringing this one to a close. So we love or we hate social media. It's sort of the way it is, right? I'm just quickly wrap this up. But so when we think about social media, remember it's a conversation. It's social. That's the big thing. Is it's not a press release. It's not a book. It's an ongoing conversation. There are lots and lots and lots of conversations and people copying conversations and retweeting conversations, and we need to be aware that anything we do on social media gets reproduced in many different ways, oftentimes, especially if it's a mistake. And unfortunately, the things that make people behave better in some conversations are often lacking in social media. So people behave at their worst in the social media environment. So the first is you can't ignore it. Whether you personally are going to be active on social media or not, but the city cannot ignore what's going on social media about the city, because stuff's going on and you need to be aware. It's called it environmental surveillance in the public relations literature. So you got to be monitoring it. At a minimum, someone's got to be doing that. If you are responding as the city or as an elected official or as staff, if you are responding, bring people back to your site. So if there's some thing going on Facebook, don't engage it on Facebook except to say, as a comment, there's more information about this at link, and take them back to your Facebook page or to your website and the specific page that has the information, or your Twitter feed or whatever. Don't fight the fights on their sites. Invite people to the place where you can have a good conversation. Don't name names, don't call people out, don't do that. Deal in facts. And this is your goal. Become the authoritative source of the truth. Because the whole idea here, so much garbage is out there on social media. There's no editorial filter. People post all kinds of things. We'll be talking about that some more in the next session. They need to know there's a place to go to get good information about the stuff happening in their community. And the city's Facebook page and the city's website and the city's Twitter feed and whatever you're doing, those should be among the places they always go. And the way we get there is, A, by reminding them it's there. For more information about this, click here. There's a great story about this here. Oh, you're going to discover some interesting things here. And then do our job. Be an authoritative source of the truth. Don't engage in propaganda. Not as an individual, not as a city. Good news and bad news. Balanced perspective. Show them what's really going on. Because then they'll keep coming back and you get a chance to tell them the story. I'll stop there because I'm a little bit over time because we started a little late. But so here's what, I'll take questions at the end. General principle is, rather than trying to get other people not to say the things that they're saying in various settings, the overall goal is to communicate more, not less. To reach out to the community. And communication, remember, is a sharing. It's not a one-way thing, but it's about drawing the public into conversation, sharing with them. We learned this in the First World War, that the way that you win the fight for public opinion is by communicating more, through more channels, sharing and inviting more conversation, not less. There are channels where you can push the good stories out, people who are interested in hearing what the city's doing, where you're willing to, you can, again, the good news and the bad news, but sharing the truth about what's going on. And it's really important to find allies. And when you find someone who's taking, in my neighborhood on Nextdoor, our neighborhood watch coordinator, he's the most phenomenal guy. He's just amazing. So something will percolate up and there'll be all this rumor and stuff going on. And he goes and gets the information. He goes to reliable sources, and then he posts it. Says, here's what I checked with Tampa police, and here's what we found about this, and here's what we found out about this. And you can go find it yourself, and provides a link, so he's validating everything he does. And he never escalates. He always goes back and says, I'm hearing a lot of people concerned, so I went to the mayor's office, and I got this information, and here it is, and here are the links, and taking it back. There are people like that in every city who care about the good of the community, finding them, working with them, supporting them, giving the information they need, responding to them, is a great way to get the story out that people need to know. Every time you're dealing with some controversy, there's something going on, you need to get with people, think about the meaning. What is this really about? Because at the end of the day, that's what people want. They don't want all the facts and details. Most of us, most of the time, we're not going to deal with all that stuff. We want to know, what is this about? What does it mean? What are we trying to accomplish? And mastering the art of communicating those high-level things clearly, concisely, compellingly is how you help the public understand the story. And that's ultimately the job. Cities have stories to tell. The kind of community that we live in, the kind of community we want to be. Tell that story with everything that you do. The best way to manage public participation. Last questions. Helpful? Some things to think about? Okay. So we're going to take a little break, and we'll actually get back on time because the next one's supposed to start at 10:45, all right, Jonathan? Sorry? So I got 3 minutes. You got 3 minutes to get up, get coffee? Well, okay, we'll call it 5, right? So there's a sign-in sheet. Where is this? It's in the back. There's a sign-in sheet. If you haven't signed in, there's a reason for you to sign in. No, we won't spam you. What we will do is we will send you these presentations when we are done today. We'll send you PDFs of them so you can go back and look at the slides. So one more time as you're coming back to your seats, just a reminder that I'm doing a quick poll with you. Grab a scrap of paper. These are 4 bills currently proposed before Congress. And I would ask that you simply rank them in terms of your level of support or opposition. So the one you give a 1 to is the one you like best or dislike least. And the 4 is the one you like least or dislike most. And then when you're done, just let me know. I'm going to collect them. No names, please. This is all anonymous. City manager is going to be our supervisor of elections for tabulating results. So I'm going to start. If you have not yet had a chance to submit your ballot, the polls are still open. Bring it to Jonathan. He's going to be our tabulator for this. And you can just bring it up if you would. You'll see why in a little bit. And again, these are anonymous, so don't worry. Your secret is safe with me. All right, so we're talking about public trust and distrust, which is one of my favorite topics, actually. One of the things I talked about in that first book back in 2009, because we don't know our history very well, even those of us who've lived a lot of it. We often don't know our history, and especially when it comes to political dynamics, we may not know a lot about it. So part of what I'm going to do is explain a little bit about where we are in terms of public trust and how we got there, both in terms of the time frame, and then I'm going to tell a story about a couple of the leading causes of where we are today in terms of public trust. And I want to be clear that this is a story. There are other accounts that could be offered, some of which would conflict with some of the story. Academics can't tell you with great certainty why something happens in an entire society because we can't do experiments on these things. It's not, here's America A, and we're going to do these things here, and here's America B, and we'll do these things here, and here's America C, and we'll compare the results. We don't have that. We have only the United States to look at to talk about the United States, and we can look at other countries, but we're all different. So it's a story, but I think it's a fairly compelling one. Let me start with this. Really, the heyday of public opinion research begins in the latter half of the 20th century, which doesn't mean public opinion polls always get things right. But on balance, we've developed methodologies that historically have done pretty well in helping us understand what people are thinking and feeling. We do less well when it comes to predicting elections, and I can tell you over lunch if you want to know why that's true, because it has to do with the unique challenges of predicting elections. But public opinion, what people are thinking, we're better at that. So this represents data since 1958. Asking people the simple question, how much of the time do you trust the government in Washington? Now, it's not the president, it's not Congress, it's the government. And so when we say that, people kind of imagine maybe it's the whole thing, maybe it's the bureaucracy, maybe it's, I don't know what they think. The question is the government in Washington. And you're going to see the chart showing the percentage of respondents who say they trust the government in Washington either just about always or most of the time. And this question in this form has been asked since 1958. So here we go on the roller coaster. First thing I want you to notice, this probably is not going to show, is look how high the response is in 1958 and 1964. Over 70% of Americans, when asked how often they trusted the government in Washington, said just about always or most of the time. Note 1958, Republican administration, that's Eisenhower. 1964, Democratic administration, that's Johnson. Kennedy has been assassinated the year before. And then you can see things kind of deteriorating a little bit more, and then by the time we get to 1972 and then 1974, you notice that big drop between 72 and 74. What was going on between 72 and 74? Vietnam, yes, but something else that was unique to 72 to 74. Because Vietnam had been going on all through the 60s, especially the latter part. Watergate. Yeah, so we have a president. Yes, right. We have the first person to serve in the Oval Office who was not elected president or vice president in U.S. history, Gerald Ford from Michigan, where I'm from. And you'll notice if you look at the chart that the point we were in 1972, which the height of ferment about the Vietnam War, okay, we were over 50% in public trust in 1972. We only crossed that threshold once since 1972, and that's in 2002. Why? Well, look at the rise from 1994 to 2002. That's the dot-com bubble. That's the economy. Stupid. As Bill Clinton would say, that's Bill Clinton's time, and I'm not saying Bill Clinton was great. I'm talking about the dot-com bubble, the drive in the economy that took us up, and actually the pole starts to flatten out there as it doesn't quite get to 50. It's flattening out at 2000 and then spikes in 2002. Why? 9/11. Wait. Let me think about this, right? So you're telling me, I'm not making light of the tragedy, over 3,000 people were slaughtered by an unanticipated attack by alien forces from outside our country, and that led us to put greater trust in the government in Washington. Yes, it did. It's called the rally effect or rally around the flag effect in times of, common cause and time of crisis. We look for someone who will make us feel safe, make us feel like we've got a leader. And again, whether you like George Walker Bush or not, he performed the office of president in that time of crisis admirably well building public trust, and so there's your spike. And then, well, the rest of the story. Bottom line is the bottom line. Right now in this was fall 2017, I think. No, spring 2017. We were at 20% saying that about the government in Washington. From over 70% in 1958, 1964 to 20% now. And that's the lowest we've been on the polls I'm looking at, but not a whole lot lower than we were in 1994. Bottom line, public trust has deteriorated. But it's not just about the government in Washington. So this is a chart looking at social institutions from 1993 to 2017. Tell me how much confidence you yourself have in each one, and this is the percentage saying a great deal or quite a lot. There's the military, doing pretty well. And you'll notice a downturn during the Iraq War, some of that associated probably with Abu Ghraib and other things, but then it came up again. Here's the police. Not so bad, despite all of the controversy. Still over 50% Americans say they have a great deal or quite a lot of trust in the police, confidence in the police. Now, caution, there is a strong racial, ethnic division on this issue. This is population overall. If I were to break it out by race and ethnicity, you see very divergent opinions. That's a real thing to worry about. How about organized religion? Yeah, not so good. It used to be over 50%. Then we had the various sex scandals and so on. And in a variety of ways, we're now down around 40%. Still not awful, but not great. Banks, those institutions on which communities rely. Yeah. They're on their way back up. They're on their way back up, but wow. What was that about? Oh, yeah. The Great Recession, the meltdown. Oh, yeah. How about television news? It's picking up a little bit in the last few years, but yeah, like 23, 24% say they have a great deal of confidence or quite a lot of confidence in television news. Probably what that really means is that they have quite a bit of confidence in their network, but those other networks, forget it. And finally, our friends in Washington who serve in the House and Senate, like 12% right now. 12%. Okay, we can laugh, but the bottom line is you think about if there's a challenge in a community, if you've got to mobilize a citizenry to do something important, to achieve something, maybe to sacrifice something, think like World War I or World War II or a serious environmental or economic challenge, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters, maybe. But you know, a lot of the places that traditionally we would go, if I put political parties up there, it's a challenge. So we're living in a time period where public trust is dramatically lower than it was at other times, certainly in my lifetime. We can't say historically because we haven't had good data. Before 1958, we didn't have good data, so we can't say what was it like during the Great Depression or what was it like during the Civil War. We have no idea. But in the last 50 years, 60 years, yeah, pretty bad. I don't. That's a different poll. You can hang on to those. Thank you, John. Okay. Here's the good news for us in local government. When people are asked how much trust and confidence they have in the local governments in the area where they live, so now they're thinking specifically about their cities, their counties, all right? Great deal, fair amount, whatever. Roughly 70% say they have a great deal of confidence or a fair amount of confidence in the local governments in the area where they live. So that's all across the country, people thinking about their own governments. And that's been true for 2 decades. So we're pretty solid in comparison to what you've seen nationally, not only with the national government, but with many of our major social institutions. We're pretty solid, except roughly 50% say a fair amount. I want you to think about it. So a great deal, a fair amount, not much, not at all. How much of an endorsement is a fair amount of trust? Right? I could flip the statistic the other way and say 70% of Americans have no more than a fair amount of trust. That's also true. And that's not good news. So it's not as bad. It's not all that good. You're jumping ahead of me, but okay, so we're going to talk about why did this happen. Now, remember, a lot of the decline you saw was long before social media. social media was not a thing until 2000 aughts. And we're already in the tank before 1992. We're almost down at that lowest level then. So it wasn't just social media. Social media may be contributing now, and I'm going to suggest it is, but it's not the only thing. One of the things I'm going to suggest is part of the story of how we got here. So I'm going to now give you a couple of storylines about how we got here, and then I'm going to talk about what do we do about it. So, oh, yeah, I wanted to ask you, I know Jonathan did this, but I want to check his work. So grab another scrap of paper, and would you please rank the 4 bills again? Just write them down. Remember, your first choice is the one you like best or dislike least, all down to the last choice, which is the one you like least or dislike most. So you got the banking, you got the ethics, you got the fairness of veterans, and you got the preservation of individual rights. We'll give you just a moment to do that. And you get to do the math again, sorry. Remember, this is anonymous, and you don't need to worry about it. Just want your opinion. Don't cheat on your neighbors. Right. Okay. Let's talk about parties, not the ones on Friday and Saturday night. So a little bit of our history, and let's talk about the 2 major parties, Democrats and Republicans, and where we were in the middle of the 20th century. So by the 1950s, 60s, here's what the Republican Party strategists were seeing as their problem. What the Democrats had been able to do through Roosevelt's New Deal coalition, various other things that they did, was that they actually had established what appeared to be an enduring national political advantage. Now, that doesn't mean in every state or every city or every district, but when you looked at the numbers, you looked at where things were, it looked like the Democratic Party might well remain in the majority for a very long time. Now, they could get individual presidents elected. Republicans were quite successful at that from time to time, but the larger pattern did not look good as strategists are looking at this in the 1960s. Then we have Watergate. And Watergate was awful for the Republican brand. It was just a horribly painful thing for the party to deal with because it branded the party with the president's corruption. So need a strategy. We need to do something to change that pattern. Well, so what was going on? The New Deal coalition was a coalition that shouldn't have worked. It included Northeastern liberals, Midwestern labor union members, Southern conservative whites, yes, please remember that in 1950s, 1940s, 1960s, the South was solidly Democratic. And those Democrats were ideologically conservative. And I'm doing history, please don't hear me being judgmental or anything other than descriptive, and dominantly supported the racial segregation of the South. Okay? Blacks in the South were frequently disenfranchised, and so their ability to impact that political system was quite limited. And then after 1964, but not necessarily before, not necessarily, ethnic minorities became a significant part of the Democratic Party coalition. We begin to see this post-World War II, the order to desegregate the military that Truman executes, for example. So there was some indication that maybe the Democratic Party was moving in this direction, but with the strong, conservative, pro-segregation Democratic South, the party was struggling with that. After '64, this became a major, major issue within the coalition. So the challenge for Republican strategists was, how can we drive a wedge between these folks? And when you look at this, okay, I can see several places where we might be able to drive wedges between them. So this is already ongoing in the 1960s. There are already strategic efforts. You can see them in some of what Richard Nixon did in his campaign in '68, for example. But this really gets legs in the 1980s with Reagan. Before that, the Republican Party was generally understood to be an advocate of small and effective government. I can remember growing up in Michigan, George Romney was my governor during a time period when I became politically aware. Yes, that's the father of Mitt Romney, prominent Republican who proudly proclaimed that he would happily pay taxes to support the good work government was doing. Not something we hear from most Republican leaders today. It's a different mindset, right? Support of free enterprise, and ideologically moderate to conservative. I'll prove this to you if you have any doubts in a minute. By the way, with a liberal wing, particularly in the Northeast, a liberal Republican wing. After the reinvention, the party becomes known as a critic of government. So the Tea Party movement ends up emerging in which party? The Republican Party, because it's more of an anti-government movement, and they have found more of a home there. And we've seen waves of this because the way that the Republican Party recrafted its position, it tended to be very critical of government generally. Government's bureaucratic, government's wasteful, we don't need government. So it became more of a critic of government, still a supporter of free enterprise, and it became ideologically conservative. Got a little asterisk there because it really does depend on what you mean by conservative, but in particular, socially conservative. To some extent also fiscally conservative, but actually probably the bona fides there are a little more suspect, but socially conservative. What's the proof? So here's, National Journal rates the members of the US Senate every session. They've got their set of bills that they look at and how they vote, and that determines how liberal or conservative they are. They've been doing this for a long time. So take a look at this chart for a moment. So the blue represents a Democratic senator, the red represents a Republican senator in each of these little rectangles. And you can see that in 1982, there is a Republican senator, red, more liberal than most of the Democrats in the US Senate. And you can see that there is a conservative Democrat, blue, more conservative than about half the Republican senators. It looks more like a blue and red zebra in 1982. In other words, in the US Senate, the parties were not ideologically sorted. There were Republicans who were liberal and Democrats who were conservative, and both parties were moderate, and it was quite a mix. But you can see the funnel effect taking place between 1982 and 2011. The graph, I hope, now speaks for itself. So by 2011, the most conservative Democrat is still more liberal, not very liberal, than the most liberal Republican. There is no longer any ideological mixing. And that's essentially true today. So what changed? The parties changed. The parties changed strategically. The Republican Party made some strategic decisions that worked well. Today, the South is Republican. Talk about a major transformation based on strategy. It worked. It also had some interesting consequences. For the Republican Party, victories, taking control of the Congress, and greater difficulty in governing because of a number of factors, but one of which was if part of your brand is to be a critic of the entity itself, it's hard to attract people who are really talented to do that work with you. When Reagan became president, one of his biggest challenges was attracting people to run departments he wanted to get rid of. What kind of surprise is that? If you're an executive, you're a prominent, competent executive, do you want to take over a department that in 2 years will not exist anymore? Why would you do that? How does that help your career? And that we can laugh about it, but as a practical matter, it's tough when you are going to tear things down to bring people in to oversee the tearing down. And it's been a challenge. We've seen the same challenge then for the Trump administration. For the political system as a whole, we have ideologically unified parties, which, by the way, when I was in graduate school is what a lot of people were saying we needed. We really need these parties so choices make a difference. You vote for Republican, it's going to be a different outcome than when you vote for a Democrat. You vote for a Democrat, it's going to be a different outcome than you vote for a Republican, because back in that day, late 1970s, early 1980s, there were all the jokes about Tweedledee and Tweedledum. The two parties were essentially the same. They're not. And as a result, it's very hard to do anything in a bipartisan manner, because what's the payoff? Why would you reach across the aisle? There's nobody there who thinks like you do. Think of that graph. Back in 1982, you could find people who thought like you do on the other side of the aisle. Today, you can't. Why would you do bipartisan things? And if you do bipartisan things, what does either party say about you? Turncoat, untrustworthy, disloyal. Both parties do this because the two parties now are radically different. Now, this didn't just happen in terms of candidates or party organizations. The public sorted too. And you would be hard-pressed, you can think about this in your own circle of friends and people you know who you know their party affiliation, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who identifies as a liberal and as a Democrat. Now, you may find here in Florida people who identify as Democrats and still think of themselves as conservative or relatively conservative, but that's more still a Southern function than it is anything else. Okay, so that's a big change, and it leads to gridlock. Because here's the reality. Our constitutional system, whether we're talking about Washington or Tallahassee, depends on one of two things being true. Either one party controls all the levers, which rarely happens in our history, rarely. Or you can do coalition building across party lines. And we don't just mean kind of sort of controls the levers for that first one to be true. You know, we've seen what's happened in Washington. The Republicans control the House, they control the Senate, and they control the Oval Office. And yet, a lot of legislation is difficult to get done. Why? Because they don't control the Senate enough. And we've seen it in Tallahassee, even with one-party control as well, in kind of an interesting way, because then the party infighting has made it difficult. Coalition building? Yeah, you could have said to me when I put the slide up just a moment ago, say, what do you think about the Democratic this bill and the Republican that bill? You said, the Democratic bills don't matter because they're never going to see the light of day. Yeah, bipartisan? Not really. And yet it's necessary. It's what our founders imagined, minus parties. They managed factions working together to find common ground. They always intended that things would not work because one group controlled everything. They assumed they wouldn't, and there would always be coalition building. So, doesn't work. So what difference does it make for public trust? We know from research the more frequent and intense the conflict in a body, the more that tends to be associated with lower public trust. Now, I don't mean heartfelt, serious arguments and disagreements. I mean the kind of stuff that you see all the time coming out of Washington. And we've seen coming out of Washington for years. Each side firing salvos at the other, alleging lacks of integrity and all kinds of stuff. And that's just ongoing conflicts. Like, why would I trust those people? Well, we don't, do we? 12% trust them. Likewise, unfulfilled promises foster lower trust. Now, one can argue that the Trump administration is much more successful in this early term in that regard. They've fulfilled a number of their promises. But over the longer term, that's been a major issue, again, because of the polarization. So, you promised me this, but then nothing changed, which may be part of the reason that Trump got elected. Right now we have both. So public trust in government, seeing all this infighting, seeing promises not kept. It's like, why would I trust those people? So the strategic efforts by the Republican Party to change what they feared would become a national minority status largely worked. They also had some unintended consequences that now both parties are struggling with about the ability of the government to function, and because of that, a decline in public trust. There's a story that may help explain the decline in public trust. Good news for us, at the municipal level, yes, the public can distinguish between Washington and Tallahassee and Madeira Beach. Sometimes. But I don't know if you've had the experience. I certainly remember many cases, and I hear many stories still, of people coming to the city, either to the council or a council member or mayor or to the city staff, and demanding assistance with something that we have nothing to do with. I remember the woman coming and demanding that we resolve the problem with her Social Security check. We helped connect her to the member of Congress who represented her, and hopefully that got solved that way. But why is this? Because we have the most complicated system of government in the world, bar none. We have more divisions of government. There are over 1,200 special districts in Florida. Do you remember, when you go to the ballot this fall, you might be voting for someone in a soil and water conservation district? Do you know what those things do? I don't either. We have over 1,200 special districts, plus we have 412 cities, or 413, I think we're back to 13. It's to 12, so we lost one, others are coming. We have 50 states, we have 67 counties, we have 67 school boards. It depends on where you live in the country, who runs what. I know people who ran for city council because they wanted to fix the schools in Florida. Because in other parts of the country, the cities run the schools, but not here. It's an incredibly complicated system. No wonder people don't know who to blame. And so when trust deteriorates in government generally, it does affect us all. But we do have something of an advantage. All right, let me pause there. Questions? Yes? I don't remember. There was one that voted to have itself dissolved. Didn't make sense financially. Why do we never hear about the soil and water conservation districts? Well, how do you hear about these things? Well, why would the press report on the soil and water conservation district? It's not a good story, right? It's not a good story. And think about, that's the challenge with the November ballot, especially this November's ballot, with all the constitutional amendments. And I don't know, you can put a charter amendment on there, plus all the members of the state house are up, and half the members of the Senate, and we've got a Senate race, we've got a congressional race, we've got an agriculture commission race. In most countries, you vote for a party that takes charge. Or you don't get to vote meaningfully, right? You have a junta. Yes. Okay, so I have a lot of sympathy for citizens and for the sense that they're overwhelmed, because we do challenge them tremendously. There's a lot they have to know to be able to vote intelligently. And the worst, I won't ask you to raise your hand, but how many of you have, as good, conscientious public servants and citizens, gone to vote, started flipping through the ballot, and realized there was something you knew nothing about or candidates you knew nothing about? I have. I'm a political scientist, for goodness sake. So, yeah, it's tough. And so we do the broad brush stuff, and if the broad brush is dark and painted with corruption or concerns of incompetence or whatever, it tends to affect government. Yes? The reason I think absentee ballots have gotten higher is because the parties have pushed them, especially the Republican Party, by the way. Good thing or bad thing, whatever you think, but that's the Republican Party figured out that they could lock in a lot of votes early with absentee voting. The Democrats caught up sort of behind them. What a great technique. Now, let me ask you, who tends to vote by absentee? Well, military because they have no choice, right? But we're not talking about the military. We've been mailing stuff to the military for a long time. Older people tend to. White people tend to. Better educated people tend to, because they take advantage of the opportunities presented to them. Who tends to vote more early voting, the 10 days before the election? Working people, because they can do it on Saturday or Sunday, or they've got multiple days. One of those days they can get off earlier, go in late. So people who punch a clock are more likely to take advantage of early voting. Please understand, I'm simply describing the political realities of the process that we're engaged in. And none of these choices are neutral. The way we do voting is not neutral. It affects people differentially. So you got to make decisions based on what you choose to make decisions on, but that's the process we're engaged in. Because it's all about winning, right? Politics is about power. And you don't have power if you're not in office. That's my joke about those bills in Congress, the Democratic bills. Is like, well, who cares? They're not going anywhere, right? All right, let's talk about a post-truth society. Some of you may remember this ad.
Hey, Mike, what are you up to?
Just diagramming this accident with my State Farm Pocket Agent app. You can also get a quote and pay your premium with this thing.
I thought State Farm didn't have all those apps.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah, they can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
Where'd you hear that? The internet.
Oh, look, here comes my date. I met him on the internet. He's a French model.
Bonjour.
State Farm, more mobile than ever. Get to it.
That's funny because it's true, right? Now, I want you to understand that what the power the internet has in this is of course extreme and exaggerated, I hope, but this power is actually not about the internet exclusively. It's about the power of print and the power of pictures. I used to run this experiment in my classes long before there was a social media environment on the internet, where the internet was something that only military folks and scholars used, where I would walk into class and announce that I needed to talk to my class about a decision just made by the Faculty Senate with regard to a language requirement. So I taught at the University of Tampa. Many universities require students to take 2 years of a language other than their own as a condition of graduation. Some even require a degree of proficiency testing. University of Tampa has not, and to my knowledge still does not do that. So what I did was, there had been a little bit of talk about this on campus. So I circulated a memo from the dean that said that after serious consideration, the Faculty Senate had opted not to impose the requirement. And then as I circulate the memo, I start talking about how the Faculty Senate has chosen to impose the requirement. So I'm telling them they're going to have to do this and why it's good for them. They're reading a memo signed by the dean that says that that's not true. And so sooner or later, and they've been in my class for a while, so they know me. But sooner or later, somebody says, Professor, that's not what the memo says. And I would come over and grab the memo and say, well, that's wrong. That's not what the Senate decided. And then there's this hubbub around the class. So who are you going to believe, me or the piece of paper? Guess who they believed? Because the dean's signature was on it. No, I forged it. It was a phony document. But they didn't know, and here was something in print. And if it's in print, they read it, it's got to be true. So I read it on the internet is simply the latest generation of something we've known since the printing press made print readily available. Put it in print, people will be inclined to believe it. Show a picture, people will be inclined to believe it. Show a video, which is harder to manipulate than a picture, though it can be manipulated too, and they're more inclined to believe it. So it's not just about social media, it's just the most recent manifestation, and it's different because of the way that it works. Whoops, there we go. So I just answered the why. So why do we believe this stuff? And the first is simple ignorance. I'm going to give you 4 reasons why we are being led down some interesting paths, consciously and otherwise. One is simple ignorance, and that's for all of us. I want you to think back, those of you who are on the board, your particular city, to before you were elected for office. And I want to consider then, if you knew about all of the things you've had to vote about since. All the areas that the city did work on, the way that your city staff was organized, your revenue streams. Did you know all that stuff before you got elected? Good for you. I remember being asked about the city budget as a candidate the first time by the reporter. I said, okay, that's a gotcha, and you got me. I don't know the answer to that question. I'll learn it, but I don't know it. Well, you're on office. You chose to be involved in this. You all serve in public positions. You're interested in this stuff, but doesn't stuff happen and you don't know what's really going on? Right? None of those acts exist. None of those acts exist. Jonathan, did we have any distribution of ranking differences? Very good. So you had the advantage of limited time, so you didn't forget how you voted. And some of you are smart enough, you're already figuring out, wait a second. But this is a standard trick when pollsters want to show how stupid we are. It's unfair that they'll put in front of us things that sound like they could be pieces of legislation and ask us what we think of them. And the mere fact that we're being asked tells us it's got to be real, and it's not. But we don't know. How many of us actually know 3 bills currently in the hopper in Congress? Because there's so much going on. So the point is not we're ignorant, we're stupid, we're bad. The point is we simply don't know. There is so much going on. There's a reason we have a representative democracy. We hired people to run it and to lead it so we could lead our lives. Most Americans don't want a highly participatory form of government because it asks an awful lot of us when we would rather spend our time playing Candy Crush. No, doing other things, worrying about our families, worrying about our jobs, having a good time, and that's what we hire you and you. You take care of all that stuff so we can live our lives. And I joke about that, but I don't criticize that. It's not a bad model. And it was precisely what the founders intended, that citizens would be aware of the people that they were electing and that they would pick the people that they trusted to make the decisions. They didn't really expect them to get involved in a lot of policy debates. They were busy raising their families and their farms. Reason number 2, the word is heuristic thinking. So here's a couple familiar heuristics. Growing up as a kid, my mom would say to me when we looked out the window in the morning, she was an early riser, she was a farm girl, I was an early riser because I was her son. Red sky in the morning, sailors take warning. Red sky at night, sailors delight. So we'd look out the window getting ready for school, and if there was a red sky as the sun was coming up, then we'd be sure I had my boots and my rain slicker, and I'd have the bag wrapped around my books or whatever so I wouldn't get soaked because it was likely to be stormy that day. But if the night before, as the sun had gone down, as the red skies, tomorrow's going to be a beautiful day. There is a factual basis for that, and it's not bad as a simple way of guessing what the weather will be like tomorrow, but I can't tell you what the sun looked like yesterday morning or this morning because I don't know. You all hear this one, right? It's always cheaper to buy in bulk, right? I'm teaching a couple of my 20-somethings who are, we're an adoptive family, kids out of the foster care system, some interesting challenges. I'm teaching a couple 20-somethings about shopping. And one of the basic principles is, buy the larger quantities rather than the smaller ones, except when you shouldn't. Because you go in the grocery store, it's like, okay, here's the bigger. I can afford to do that. That's what I should buy. Wait, look at the per unit price. What? That's 5 cents more per unit than, yep. Because they know we think you should always buy bigger in bulk. So they can sometimes play with that, right? It's a heuristic, meaning it's a shortcut decision rule that allows us to make a quick decision about something. We need heuristics. If you were to actually carefully gather all of the data you would need to make a thorough, conscious decision about everything you were going to do today from the time you got up, you would not be here now. I'm going to take a shower. Which shampoo should I use? Well, that one does this, but this one does that. And let me look at these chemicals and, I should do some research on that chemical because I don't know anything about that one. Ooh, that's really bad. Let me try this one. And so much for a shower. My dad was a decision maker with relatively few heuristics. he would analyze and analyze and analyze. He was good at it. He was an engineer. But the funny thing about this guy who was an engineer is after he bought his first computer, he didn't buy another one until we made him. He was using a boat anchor because he would do all the research, say, I'm going to get this one, and then tomorrow something new would come out about the next chip, and he's going, oh. Analysis, paralysis. Heuristics are the cure for that. They're quick, simple shortcuts. But like any shortcut, they leave a lot of information out. They simplify the decision. Sometimes that's not good for us. Are there heuristics in other areas? Sure. The private sector can do everything better than the public sector. You've probably heard that. And there are people, maybe people in a public office, certainly, maybe people who work for government, certainly people out in the community who believe that the government really can't do anything well. The private sector could always do it better. So if we can figure out a way to make that a private sector thing, we're better off. So for example, we have privatized prisons because of course the private sector can run prisons better than the public sector can. I'm be careful how I say this, but the private sector appropriately is profit motivated. And they make their money on the number of inmates in the prison. Do you think that they might have an interest in legislation we might consider passing to reduce minimum mandatories for nonviolent crimes? Or maybe we should not be so concerned, maybe we should be, but maybe we shouldn't be quite so concerned about someone who's got a small quantity of marijuana as they're walking down the street and they're not a big deal. Maybe, but do they have a profit motive to lobby against those things? Do we? We have a different set of motives in public service, but that's a common heuristic. Public sector, nah. Private sector do everything better. Maybe. Probably not in some cases. We can all get along if we just sit down and talk. This was the mantra of marriage counseling in the late 1970s and early 1980s. All these couples, because we're seeing this wave of divorces as divorce becomes normal and accepted, and we got to fix this problem. So if we just have them sit down and talk, and so bringing couples together that are having problems for heartfelt conversations that led to divorce. Because it turned out that many of these couples did really well by not talking to each other. Or as one of my friends who recently retired's wife said to him, I married you for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, but not for lunch. Get out and find something to do. Okay, yes, sometimes talking makes things better, but it's not always going to make things better. It's not. Government should run like a business. And we know every business provides service to people who pay nothing. Your police department does. Your police department provides service to people who do not pay anything to support it. Run it like a business. Nope, sorry, no police protection. Our school system does. It provides education to children whose parents pay nothing. Run it like a business. Those kids don't get an education. Really? But it's a heuristic that some people walk around within their head every time something comes up. Public safety is job one. Okay. Really? Does that mean that you make sure you're doing everything you could possibly do in public safety before you do anything else? Because it's always job one? It's a balancing act, right? But they're understandable heuristics. They're popular political ones, but they're not necessarily always going to lead to good decisions. The ones that matter perhaps more are the ones I was playing with. And some of you caught this. So the first time I listed the bills, I just listed the bills by name. So who would not like Banking Freedom Act? Who doesn't want freedom, right? The Banking Freedom Act. The fairness for veterans. Oh, of course we need to be fair to our veterans. I could craft a piece of legislation that trashed our veterans, and if I call it fair, right? Branding. What we call things. These are heuristics. We use fair. We use freedom. We use rights. Does it matter whether the Preservation of Human Rights Act is being advanced by the Democrats or the Republicans in terms of the likely content of that act? Sure it does. But who's not in favor of the preservation of human rights? Right? Right? But party labels matter, and we know this. So when we do a poll, you didn't fall prey to it, but in other settings, better settings for testing this, when we poll and we ask them about something, and then we ask about something and put a name attached to it, like Republican, Democrat, Trump, Obama, whatever, very different responses once you brand it with a party or a leader. And people will literally reverse position. They favored it, now they don't. They didn't favor it, now they do, based on who we say is associated with it. And okay, because there's a leader I follow, I like this leader, I think this leader's doing good things, so if this leader's behind it, I'm not going to do a lot of research, I'm going to follow it. That's a heuristic. It can lead us astray, and it is used by political actors all the time. Political actors, people engaged in politics, so candidates, parties, interest groups, all playing this game. And it's something we need to be alert to ourselves, because we're all prey to it. All of us. So I had originally set this up to actually look at those poll results just to see how much they might have varied, but we didn't do that. So we're going to use heuristics. We're not going to know everything about every policy. So understand we're going to do that, but it means that both we and the public can be led to believe things that simply aren't true based on the way people play off of the heuristics we use. No way that that person could support that because, that can't be right because the Republicans support that bill, or the Democrats support that bill, or Trump supports that bill, or Obama supported that bill. Is it? Maybe. But the branding doesn't necessarily tell us what's inside. Pause there. Questions about this? Does this resonate with you? Can you say, yeah, I see this? Something you might be interested in knowing as well, by the way, is that actually the more knowledgeable you are about the more interested you are in an area, the more you pay attention to it, the more vulnerable you may be early on to this kind of manipulation, because you're paying attention. And so the thing comes across, and the Republicans have introduced, and you respond before you know anything because you pay attention. Someone who's not paying attention to this stuff isn't going to be influenced by it. So this is not about ignorant citizens and smart elected officials. We're actually, those of us in public service who actually care about this stuff, are often vulnerable to this kind of manipulation. Okay? All right, so that's two reasons why we believe the things we do. The third is the echo chamber. And I want to be careful about this because this gets oversimplified. People hear about, the echo chamber, everybody's only listening to the people who agree with them. So that's actually not true. It's a little more complicated than that. But there is an echo chamber that we probably all inhabit, our own personal echo chamber. We've known for a long time that human beings are selective, of necessity, in the same way that it's necessary for us to use shortcuts to make decisions. We call those heuristics. We also have to be selective about how we manage the constant stream of information coming into us. So again, just think about where you are. For me, looking back at you, there's so much information in this room. Where people are sitting, how people are sitting, what people are wearing, whether they're looking up or looking down, all of that information, right? I have to decide what to pay attention to, or I'm going to just get completely distracted. Well, multiply that by the universe in which we live. There's a constant stream of stuff on our devices, unendingly on our devices. We're listening to something, we've got our phones out, there's a computer running, there's constant stream. So the first thing we do is we make choices about what we're going to pay attention to. So the bazillion apps out there, you've made choices about which apps you want to use. And if you're in social media, you've made choices about which platforms to pay attention to and which ones you're not paying attention to. Selective exposure, not even looking at it. Selective attention is, okay, yeah, I've got that, but I don't pay much attention to it. And just let it go by. I'm going to focus on this and not on that. And then selective retention. And this is where the real power lies of our cognitive capacity to do ourselves both good and harm. Have you ever had the experience of having an experience that you shared with someone else, and later you talk about it, and it's like it was a different experience for the two of you? You say, wait, what do you mean? That didn't happen. It's a famous song. I remember it well. It's the married couple, and he's singing about, you were dressed in gold. I was dressed in blue. And they go through this whole little romantic song where he keeps getting it wrong, or at least apparently wrong. She remembers it differently. My wife was in a rollover accident in the car. She's fine. I was in the car behind her. I'm fine. I watched the car roll over. I know it rolled over. The damage on the car proves that it rolled over. My wife did not experience a rollover. We have different experiences because we retain different pieces of information and interpret them differently. And the way we interpret them tends to follow something called confirmatory bias, which is when confronted with information that we have to process. So we're past the exposure, we're paying some attention, we got to process this stuff. We will tend to remember the things that support what we already believe and tend to disregard or forget the things that are inconsistent with what we believe. And if we happen to remember something that's inconsistent with what we believe, we will tend to reinterpret it to make it consistent with what we believe. Called confirmatory bias. Well documented. This is why it is so hard when you're working with someone you love who is an addict or is in an abusive relationship. Because confirmatory bias works against them. I don't have a problem with alcohol. Yeah, I had a few too many, but it was an exception. What about this time and that? No. Or, no, really, he loves me. He just got, I made him angry. No, you didn't. He got it. No. Reinterpreting the evidence consistent with what we want to believe. We all do it. It's well documented. And so we believe stuff that's wrong, that's objectively provable to be false, because cognitively we've worked ourselves to a place where we're confirming it to be true. All do it. That means when we're having a public discussion about something, at a municipal level, about some policy or decision, we're not only dealing with differences in opinion, we're genuinely dealing with differences in facts. I remember the woman coming up to a city. I was watching the council meeting, and they were presenting something about a bond issue and all the complexities of how that was going to work and how they're going to pay it back. And this woman comes up and says, I don't believe that study. I don't think this bond issue can pay for itself with those revenues. And the city manager very kindly said, well, tell me how I can help you understand. I said, no, I do understand. Well, we brought in the consultant. Yeah, you paid the consultant. Well, yes, they don't do it free. Yeah, see, you paid them. She's saying you paid them for the outcome you wanted. Hear the mindset here? But we have all this data. I don't believe that. Do you have other data? I just know it's not true. She made up her mind. She had a different set of things she was believing to give me. Okay. The ultimate result is what some people call the post-truth society. Now, I don't believe the truth is gone. I don't believe this is here. Right? There still is truth. There still is reality. This isn't the Matrix. The challenge is to figure out what it is and to communicate it in a way that people can see it, because all these forces are at work. That's what's challenging. It's not that it's not there. It's that it's hard for any of us to see in the environment in which we operate. Here's where the internet plays its powerful role. Back before the internet, and we're even, forget social media for a moment, just before the internet, or before the social media we think of as social media. Before the internet, if you had an idea and you wanted to have it published, you wanted people to know about it, you had to have capital. Even if you wanted to publish your own book, you had to pay to publish your own book. Or you had to have somebody review it and say, I want to publish that. We think we can make money on that. Or we think that's important. If you worked for a newspaper, there was an editor. And the editor isn't necessarily right. The book publisher is not necessarily right, but there were standards that they applied to whether or not what you were presenting was worth publishing. And you could know what those standards were and make judgments about what was being published in light of the standards. Pretty well. With the internet, before we had Facebook, before we had these other things, people could post onto websites, create their own website. So I had a student who came to me complaining back when I was running the freshman program at the University of Tampa, complaining of a professor who gave him an F on his paper, which was like 50% of the grade, because she disagreed with its findings. So what's your paper about? What's your thesis? There is no energy crisis. There will never be an energy crisis. So, that's great. Why? Perpetual motion has been invented. You mean like you start a machine and it just goes on forever? Exactly. Wow. Can I see your sources? Oh yeah, I've got them all through my paper. So we go online and looking at his sources, because he did. There are all these internet sources. All of them but one, published by this same guy from New Zealand. His scholarly papers, unpublished by anybody except him, talking about the perpetual motion machine he invented. The one article that was not published by him was from a local newspaper talking about the wacky inventor who lived in their town and said he'd invented perpetual motion. But see, on the internet, you don't have to have a publication standard. You could create a website, you could post stuff, and that's what he did. He's wrong, but he could post it. And then you compound that with social media. And you don't even have to worry about creating a website. You don't have to spend any money. You just, go on and tweet. Post to Facebook. Put the picture up on Instagram and Pinterest. Do what you like at no cost other than a tiny bit of your time. And there's no filter. So the problem here is that once upon a time, ideas like the one I just shared about perpetual motion, a lunatic fringe might believe that, like flat earth or those kinds of things. But they had a hard time finding company. Now, they can find stuff that agrees with them all over the internet, and they can have a community of like-minded people because they can find each other through social media, and they do. That can be a really good thing. I have a daughter who was born with a very, very rare condition, and it was great to be able to find other people through the internet who had been through the same thing. It's awesome, because there are only one out of every 500,000 births. A child had this condition. So my whole community, Tampa, 300 and some odd thousand people, probably nobody else, right? But through the internet, we found people. It was wonderful. And I also know people who there are a few French fries short of a Happy Meal who found a bunch of other people who like that kind of Happy Meal. And that's what's happening. It's not an evil thing. It's just a function of the way it works, that people can be reinforced in believing things that simply aren't true. Okay, any questions about that? Again, does this make sense? It is, yeah, absolutely. To me, it's scary. It's a best of times, worst of times thing in my mind. There's a real opportunity and there's a real challenge. I'm going to talk about that opportunity in a minute. Okay, what can we do? I'm going to suggest 4 strategies. Now, my focus here is about public distrust. I've been telling you why it happens and the different driving forces behind it. Some of them truly fundamentally political, some of them having to do with the media and how the media has changed in the way we use it, and some of them having to do with our brains. So I'm going to give you 4 strategies for public servants. One is listen and learn. I'm a Roman Catholic deacon. I work with people in my parish on a variety of different things. I had a young woman come to me, courageously come to me, to talk about wanting to start a ministry at our parish for victims of sexual assault. She herself had been a victim of sexual assault. And I thought that was great, and I was explaining the process to her, how we set up the ministry, that kind of thing. And something went wrong, and I couldn't quite read it, but okay, maybe it was because I didn't promise her we'd start it tomorrow, I don't know. She makes another appointment with me, and when she comes back, her parents are with her. So, okay. And there's clearly hostility in the room. So, okay. So asking, and we start talking, and I'm trying to understand what we're doing here and what's going on, until finally Dad says, I just can't believe that you would accuse my daughter of being responsible for her own assault. And my jaw hit the table, and I said, and I stopped. I looked at him, then I looked at her, and I said, did you hear me say that? She said, well, you said this. And then I heard the sentence the way she heard it. And I wasn't accusing her or blaming her or suggesting she had any responsibility, but given where she was, how it was heard. If I hadn't chosen at that moment to listen, this whole thing could have gone to hell in a handbasket, right? It was hard to listen to the realization that I had hurt someone who'd already been badly hurt. Without intention, but okay, I'd still done it. It's like the doctor says, whoops. We have to listen, and we have to listen beyond the thing that they say first and listen beyond the argument they appear to be making to try to understand where it's coming from. Because we can't address a problem with confirmatory bias. We can't address a partisan division. We can't address a misperception if we don't understand where it came from. So this is a call to really listen, to really try to understand where other people are coming from, not to dismiss it, and to struggle to get it so that we can respond to them. Because at the end of the day, we're public service, so we serve all the public. Accept and respect differences. This is hard for some of us because there are some things we believe, and I'm not saying we're necessarily wrong, we absolutely believe they're true, and some people believe they're not. And so when they tell us something that we simply don't believe is true, and it's just not true, we just know it's not true, and they're acting as though it's absolutely true, it's hard to accept that opinion from them. We see this playing out with regard to gender identity. So there are people who believe, and I'm not going to take sides on this, there are people who believe that gender is a thing that's defined by biology, and that's what it is. And so if it's anything other than biology, what's the problem with you? There are people who believe it's not defined by biology, but by some internal process. And they're looking at people who say it's defined by biology and say, what's the problem with you? And people on both sides absolutely do not accept the other side's perspective. Some don't. Accepting that someone believes something different than you do is not agreeing with them or telling them they're right. It's acknowledging that they believe what they believe. You believe that. Whatever it is, you believe that. Okay, I accept that you believe that. You don't have to believe what I believe. I don't have to believe what you believe. I probably do, as a public servant, have to accept that's what you believe. And then respect it, which means not calling them names, not dismissing them out of hand, treating them as a member of the public, like any other member of the public. I know that can be hard. The gender identity example is a really good one for many of us, a huge challenge, and there are others. What I'm calling for is accepting other people's perspectives as their perspectives, which is, frankly, simply accepting the truth. That's what they believe. It's what they believe. So accept it and respect that it's their belief. That doesn't mean you can't have conversations. It doesn't mean you can't be trying to persuade. It simply means where we are right now, that's reality. You believe that. I accept that, and I'll respect that that's your belief. Q-tip. It's not about us. Even when it is about us, it's not about us. I've recently resorted to, no one can make you angry without your permission, which is a true statement, because anger is a choice. So when people attack us, whoever we might be, for whatever reason, and especially people in public service, this can happen, remember that it's not about you. Even when they're naming you, even when they're calling you names, it's not actually about you, it's about them. It's what they're saying. It's a story of the Buddha. I have to get rid of the mic. Supposedly the Buddha was walking through rural India and walked into a small village, just one dirt road, ample houses. There was a very angry man who lived in this village. The angry man came out in the middle of the street and started cursing and swearing at people. Just carrying on. And of course, gathered the crowd. The whole community here, small village, they're all gathered around. There's an entertainment to watch this happen. And he's just ripping the Buddha apart. Finally, he stops. I'm going to dance. And the Buddha says, they ask you a question. What? If someone offers another person this caused the angry man to stop and think for a couple moments. If something hadn't done it. He finally said, well, I suppose it belongs to the person who offered the gift. Exactly so. Said Luke. You have offered me a gift from your hand. But I do not accept it. And so you anger. Who made it? Imagine doing that. Imagine some public meeting where people are ripping you apart. And in your mind, you're offering me your anger, your hatred, your judgment. But I don't accept it. Thank you for the offer, but I don't accept it. And so the anger, the hatred, the judgment remains with you. We're also using a quote in the summit on investigations, accusations, and confrontations that we're doing right now that simply says this. We don't know who said it. Holding on to anger is like drinking poison expecting the other person to die. Holding on to anger, holding on to anger is like drinking poison expecting the other person to die. So don't take it personally. Work hard at not letting people give you a gift you don't want. And then finally, as we talked about, going back to how we got in the mess we're in, compromise. It's not a dirty word. Our system of government was designed intentionally to create political conditions where one faction could not run over another faction, and certainly couldn't do it often, and certainly couldn't do it for long. That no faction would have that kind of power. That anything that government would do would be done through compromise, finding common ground, not taking ground. The father of modern Germany, Otto von Bismarck, said, politics is the art of the possible, and public service is a political business. We need to figure out what's possible, and that means working with our citizens, not against them. That's it. Questions, comments? Okay, so I hope that was helpful for you, and I think the food arrived, so you're probably hungry at this point. Thank you.
Although it's a little difficult to see with the light in the room, but I will have a handout that you can follow. And if we know how to advance that? Okay. Okay, great. So that's a lot of advancing because I've got each lines differently. Okay, so we're here this afternoon for a workshop on parliamentary procedure. I'm Marilyn Crotty. I direct the Institute of Government at the University of Central Florida and have had the privilege of working with Madeira Beach over the last few months with some strategic planning and goal setting, and was delighted to be invited back to share some information about parliamentary procedure, something that people a lot of times don't like, don't understand, don't know how to use, but as hopefully you'll know by the end of this workshop at 4 o'clock, that if you can become more familiar or even skilled with parliamentary procedure, it can give you a great advantage in the meetings that you are participating in. Now, I'll tell you at the outset, I am not a proponent of absolutely strict adherence to Robert's Rules of Order. I do think it formalizes the meetings to a great extent, and sometimes that takes away from some of the collegiality that we'd like to see at some of our meetings. But on the other hand, there are meetings that just get out of control, that go on way too long, And if you can use parliamentary procedure, it can really help make your meetings more effective, more efficient, and certainly condense the time frame. So the other thing I need to let you know is that I am not a certified parliamentarian. I've studied it a lot, I've observed it a lot at meetings, and going to try to put it into an understandable format so that it'll be helpful to you. Now, I know I have a slew of elected officials sitting up here as well as there. The rest of you staff for city governments, is that pretty much who's here? Any advisory board folks who are here? Okay, great, good. So this will be of interest to you also. So as we go through the true-false quiz, I'm not going to give you all the answers at one time. Just keep hold of it. And as we get to that particular part of the presentation, I'll let you know what the answer is, or you'll tell me what the answer is, and then we'll know if you got it correctly or not. So if we can go to the, well, actually, let me see, and Lacey left. Clara, you want to help me hand these out? Because this is the PowerPoint with some room for you to take notes. I didn't give it to you in the beginning just so you wouldn't cheat and look up the answers. Not that I think elected officials would ever cheat. Okay. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit about the history of parliamentary procedure. And as you can see, it's named for this gentleman, Henry Martin Robert, and he was born in 1837 and died in 1923. He was a general in the United States Army, and he had been asked to chair a committee. And when he was, as a military man, he was very concerned that things be done properly. So when he was looking for some guidelines to use for running his committee, he found there weren't any. So he decided that he would establish these rules. And so in February of 1876, he came up with what he called the Pocket Manual of Rules of Order for Deliberative Assemblies. And that's what we know now as Robert's Rules of Order. So on the true-false quiz, number 1, what did you have as the answer? False, and now you know for sure it has nothing to do with Parliament, and sometimes just because we've got the word in there, people relate it back to the English Parliament. So it all goes back to this Henry Martin Robert. So the rules are updated frequently. In fact, I think we're now working with the 11th edition, and usually it seems to be every 10 to 15 years. They will revise, and so you'll frequently see when someone is referencing Robert's Rules of Order, they'll talk about newly revised, and that means they're referencing whatever the newest edition of this happens to be. So we're now working on the 11th edition, which came out in 2011. And what's kind of interesting is that Henry Roberts' family has stayed involved in this, and it was his great-grandson was actually Henry Martin Robert III, was on the group that revised the edition when they went through this. So it continues to be something that his family is very involved in. Now, there are some other guides that people will use when you hear about parliamentary procedure. Most use Robert's Rules of Order, but there are some other guides. One is called Demeter's, and that is pretty much this, very similar to Robert's Rules, but some people consider it to be a little more friendly, a little easier to use. Masons is something that's used by legislative bodies. So I believe the Florida legislature uses Masons' rules for their deliberations. And so about half of the legislatures in the country use Masons' rules. There's something that's called canons. It's not actually a different set of rules, but it's simplified Robert's rules. And then there's something called the Standard Code or Sturgis, which is used in the medical profession for medical groups for their meetings. So how many of you use Robert's Rules as your guide for your meetings in your cities? Okay, so it's in your charter that specifies you will use, or it's just part of policy that you adopted? Policy, okay. And do you have any variations that you use as you go through it, or strict Robert's rules? The spirit of Robert's rules. I like that. Okay.
Basically, we want to do 99%, but we're not going to get down in the weeds.
Okay.
This doc or this doc.
Okay. And in your meetings, who serves as the parliamentarian usually? City attorney, city clerk, mayor? Okay. So, but if the mayor has a question about, you know, am I doing this right, or who does it, you turn to the city attorney routinely? Okay. And sometimes city attorneys are really well versed. They usually have that big book at the podium with them at the up on the dais, and then quickly are running through it to try to find out. How many of you had tried to read Robert's Rules of Order? Does it put you to sleep at night, trying to figure out what it means? So I'm going to give you my secret guide to Robert's Rules of Order, which is the Complete Idiot's Guide. There's probably a dummy's guide also, and I'm going to recommend, if you don't want to read Robert's Rules, which is pretty boring and dull reading, pick up one of these or get on Amazon, Complete Idiot's Guide, which puts it into layman's language and makes it quite a bit easier to understand by taking you through examples and things. So that's what I use to try to understand this, and hopefully something like that would be very helpful to you. So there are some specific guidelines, the foundation for these rules that we're going to go through now that are very important to understand. So one of the foundations is you're only dealing with one thing at a time. So that means you can only have one motion on the floor at any particular time, okay? Now, we're going to deal with situations where you will have multiple issues, but there's only one motion on the floor, and you're only dealing with one at a time. There may be a bunch of things pending, but when we talk about something being on the floor, only one at a time. And one person at a time. What do you think that means? Only one person talks, exactly. One person talks. Now, hopefully that's how it is at your meetings, that there's not a lot of side chit-chat or people interrupting each other, but under Robert's Rules, one motion at a time, one person speaks at a time. And only one time per meeting. In other words, the same motion cannot be made more than once during a meeting. That's part of Robert's Rules. Are you aware of that? Okay, so you could come back the next meeting and make that same motion because it failed when you put it out, you know, this week. So 2 weeks later, you can come back and try it again. But at the meeting, you're only supposed to have that same motion only introduced once. You need to make sure that there are enough people there to decide. What is that called? Quorum, absolutely. And usually your quorum is what? Not 3/4, generally half, plus one. Right, right. So if you've got 5 on your council or commission, 3 is your quorum. If you've got 7, 4 is your quorum. And that's generally how it goes. However, in large organizations, they will frequently set a quorum much lower than half because you may be in a civic association that has 500 members, and it would be very difficult to get 250 of them to a meeting. They may have a very small quorum that would not prohibit them from carrying out their business. So it's different when you look at different groups. But generally, for the local governments, it's going to be half plus 1. And under Robert's Rules, you're protected even if you're absent. It's very important to understand. And one of the keys that I'll talk about a little bit later is, you know, some things you're required to have a 2/3 vote, and some things you're only required to have a majority vote. That 2/3 vote frequently is there to protect the people who aren't at the meeting. So in other words, this would never happen in any of your cities, I'm sure. But what if somebody has a motion that maybe failed the time before, or they've been contemplating putting it out, and they kind of know they don't have all the votes, or they know that another colleague is really opposed to this and will be making a very great presentation that will sway people to vote against it, and you realize they're not there tonight. Aha! Now is my chance to get that motion through. But under Robert's rules, frequently you're not allowed to do that because it does protect people who are not absent. And again, I'll talk about that a little bit more in a few minutes. The vote requirement, and this relates back to that, is based on the member's rights. So if a motion requires a 2/3 vote, that is because you're taking away a right from somebody. Okay? You're taking away a right. What might that happen in your experience on a vote that might require 2/3? The one that you probably use most frequently is call the previous question. And what does that do? Any of you know? What does that do? It ends debate. It ends debate. You're taking away my right to speak for or against this motion, so therefore it takes a 2/3 vote, not a simple majority, to take away my right to speak. So that's an example of when you try to think of, is this a majority or a supermajority? It's generally, if you're taking away someone's right, then it's the larger majority is required to pass that vote. Tom, you look puzzled. No. Okay, all right, good. So just as a rule of thumb, that 2/3 is because you're taking away a right of people who are in the group, okay? And the simple majority is not doing that. Okay, sure.
Can we talk about that 2/3 vote? And basically, I would call for the question.
Mm-hmm.
I have to have a second.
Yes.
And then 2/3 of the people have to agree to it, and then all discussion stops.
Yes, if it passes by 2/3, yeah. Okay, so I've taken away your opportunity to, rant and rave a little more about why this should be passed or why it should not be passed. Okay. And under Robert's Rules of Order, silence equals consent. So if you don't vote aye, it means you're voting aye. However, for our purposes, and you need to be clear, Robert's Rules of Order have nothing to do with the Florida public meetings laws, because there were no Florida public meetings laws when these rules were generated. So under Florida law for elected officials, you are not allowed to abstain or remain silent during a vote, even though it may be a very painful vote for you to make because you may not want to publicly be on the record as supporting something or opposing something. However, under Florida law, you're required to vote unless you have a financial conflict of interest. And those are usually just in land use, planning and zoning kinds of issues. And then you need to declare your conflict of interest within 15 days. There's a form you fill out. Clara's nodding her head. Your clerk will have those forms, and you need to announce that before the vote is taken. You don't wait till after the vote to say, well, I didn't vote because I have a conflict of interest. You have to declare that at the beginning. So forget Robert's rules for silence equals consent. You have to actually vote yay or nay on every issue that comes before you if you are present during that session. Now, I'm going to take away my legal hat for sunshine laws, and I'm going to say it has not been unknown for certain elected officials to suddenly have an emergency need to use the restroom when a vote is being taken that they don't particularly want to vote yes or no on. Has nothing to do with parliamentary procedure, has nothing to do with sunshine laws. They just are not in the room when the vote is taken, or they decide not to be at that meeting. So that would be a personal decision that you would have to make if you're facing a vote that for some reason or other you don't want to take a stand on it. However, that's part of your job. To me, when you get elected, it's to make some of those tough votes that frequently are not comfortable. So under Robert's rules, everybody is equal. While we know we have majority rules, and it does under Robert's rules, it's still the idea that everybody is equal. So if you're in the minority, you still have the right to speak as much as the people who are in the majority. And so these ideas of fairness and equity are principles that are very key to Robert's Rules of Order. So keep those in mind as we go through all of this information. So some of the benefits of using Robert's Rules, as I said before, it can shorten your meetings, which I know some city meetings run very long, and this might be helpful. It does help to maintain order and ensures justice and equity, and hopefully by the end of the meeting, you will have accomplished your purpose. So if you look at the second item on the true-false quiz, what did you have for that one? True. Well, it's true. So that's true. Designed to protect the rights of the minority, just to make sure that that's that equity and that fairness so that everyone has their chance to be heard and to have their side of an issue debated. So now we're going to talk about motions. You know, people think it's a very simple thing. I make a motion, we debate it a little bit, you vote on it, and you go on to the next thing. Actually, motions are very complicated, and there's a lot of steps you need to go through to properly put a motion before the group. So there are different kinds of motions, and we'll talk about those and then how you actually get those through the process. So there are two kinds of motions. And I'm going to try to keep this straight because we use a lot of different language on this. Two kinds of motions. A main motion brings business to the group. So this is whatever the issue is, you know, you're putting it into a form of a motion, and it's something that you want your council, your commission to make a decision on. And out of that main motion, you can have two categories of main motions. You can have something called the original motion, which was you're introducing a new subject that you want the group to vote on, and something called an incidental motion that's related to the business of the group. And when there is no main motion pending, you can actually use one of those, and that's point of order is an incidental main motion, and suspend the rules. Those are the kinds of motions you can make. Doesn't have anything to do with the subject, but it has to do with the business of the group, how you're going to conduct your business, how you're going to handle things, okay? So we have main motions, and then the other kind of motion you have is called a secondary motion, main and secondary. And the secondary motion, you've got a main motion pending, you can make a secondary motion. What might a secondary motion be? Yes, so if you're going to amend the motion, you're adding to or changing that motion, that would be called a secondary motion. So if you look at your true-false quiz, number 3, what was the answer to that one? True. Okay, so now you know there's main and secondary, and those are the kinds of motions that you have. Now this is where it starts to get a little confusing, because we're going to talk about secondary motions. There's 3 classes of secondary motions, okay? And so those are, you know, again, one of the kind of motion, but 3 classes of those kinds of motion. And remember, they're made while a main motion is pending. So you've got a motion on the floor, and then someone makes a secondary motion, which is going to do something to that main motion. So we have the kind that are called privilege motions, and they don't relate to the substance of the main motion, but they relate to the business of the group or to the members. So a privilege motion might be well, it might be a call for, there's something called call for orders of the day, which means that you have gone off track, you're off your agenda, you're doing something that's not in line with the way you're supposed to be conducting the business, that's a privileged motion. It has nothing to do with the substance, but you want to get the group to come back to the agenda and deal with the agenda. It has nothing to do with point of order. The kinds of privileged motions there are something that's called a motion to adjourn is a privileged motion. A motion to recess is a privileged motion. A question of privilege, and the question of privilege might be something like, I can't hear you, you know, you need to speak into the microphone. Something like that would be a question of privilege. Or if somebody all of a sudden realizes they get you shouldn't be texting while you're in your council meeting, but you have your phone next to you and you see an urgent request that your spouse has gone to the emergency room, you might have a point of personal privilege because you have to leave the meeting. And so something like that, if you're going to bother to use parliamentary procedure in a situation like that, most wouldn't. You rise to a point of personal privilege, I have to leave the meeting and to be excused by the chair for that. So again, these things are, you know, you interrupt the meeting pretty much with a privileged motion. The second class of secondary motions are called subsidiaries, and those are the ones that aid you in disposing of what that motion is all about. So a subsidiary motion might be to lay it on the table, to call the previous question. We want to do something with this motion. It's not dealing with the substance of it again, but it's to delay it, to end debate, to postpone it to another time, to refer it to a committee. All of those are called subsidiary motions, and they are in order after the main motion is on the floor. You can do any of those kinds of subsidiary motions. And then finally, the third class is incidental motions that relate to the matters that are incidental to the conduct of the business. And that's when you have a point of order is an incidental motion, okay? And that's, or say you had a voice vote. Now with 5 people, you can probably tell how many were louder than the others. But if the mayor says, you know, the ayes have it, and you don't think the ayes have it, you can have object to the, appeal the decision of the chair. That would be an incidental motion where you are saying, I don't think you got it right, Mr. Mayor, and then you would call for a voice, for a roll call vote, so you could actually see how many said yay and how many said nay. So that's called an incidental motion. So that gives you an example of that kind of motion. So others are suspending the rules, objecting to consideration of a question. Those are all called incidental motions. Okay, so you got it. We have main motions and we have secondary motions. And then secondary motions are divided into these 3 kinds: privileged, subsidiary, and incidental. That's why it gets confusing, because there's all these different levels and they're called different things, and who's going to memorize which one fits into which category? But again, we can simplify this so it isn't too difficult for you, but I think you'll begin to see the concept now. So let's look at the 6 steps in making a motion. So first thing is what? When you want to make a motion, what do you have to do or be? You have to be recognized by the chair. And generally in most cities, the mayor is the chair, although there are certainly cities that have a council president or a council chair, and the mayor, who's not a presiding or a voting official, isn't presiding. But whoever the presiding officer is first you need to be recognized by that individual. And then you very boldly say, I move that. And you try to say in concise language exactly what it is that you are hoping your colleagues will vote for, right? Don't you always hear people say, I make a motion that, which is not correct, but it's not a big deal if people do that. But again, it's preferred to just say, I move that. You don't have to say, I make a motion. This is an important note. The maker of the motion cannot speak against the motion. Okay? Now, why would you want to? I mean, why would you even make a motion if you're going to speak against it? Because, you know, you make a motion because it's something you hope will happen. So you need to word it in a way that you can support it because, again, you're not going to be able to speak against it. Actually, you can vote against it, but you can't speak against it under Robert's rules. These things are a little strange. Not making a motion. You'll hear people, and what Debbie just said was, can't you say for purpose of discussion? That's usually a second. You'll say, I'll second it for the purpose of discussion. Yes? Positive. Really? Ah. Uh-huh. So why do you even have to have a motion if nobody's in favor of it? If it doesn't come up, it doesn't get approved. I mean, you know. Mm-hmm. A board of adjustment where you have to rule for or against. So if you have a motion to deny the appeal, that's not a negative motion. So I vote in favor. I deny the appeal. Mm-hmm. That's okay. Yeah. Okay. Did you have a comment, Beck? Yeah. Okay. Good.
So if this were to occur in a meeting, so someone makes that motion, and then as they go around, so they're the first one to talk, then if they suddenly said, I'm against this, that would be, you have to call for a point of order.
Well, they are not supposed to. And I will tell you, the reason you can vote against it is because as you listen to the debate and you hear one of your colleagues say something that you hadn't even thought of, you realize it's probably not a good thing and you're going to vote against it. But you're not supposed to speak against it, so you just remain silent.
So what happens if somebody does that?
Now, if they do it, it's not the end of the world. I mean, you know, but the chair could say, as the maker of the motion, you are not to speak against it. You could call them out of order.
So if you're not the chair,
Mm-hmm.
do you call for
You could do a point of order. Yeah, you could do a point of order. Yeah.
Does that happen with the person who seconds it as well?
No. No, this person who seconds it, it's just the maker of the motion. And now if the motion gets amended and now you don't like it because it changed what your intent was, then for sure you can speak against it. Yeah, because it's not your motion anymore.
If your motion, as you mentioned earlier, would be, we move to not accept this.
Mhm.
Not to accept this, that's my motion.
To deny.
Me
Yeah.
saying I don't accept it,
Mm-hmm.
or I don't want to accept it, is not speaking against my motion, because my motion was.
Yes. Yeah, okay. But as it says here, make positive motions. Okay, so listen to the difference between this. Move we not support a fee increase. You shouldn't do it that way. You should say, move we oppose a fee increase. See, so it's because you don't want to make it difficult for people to say, well, if I vote yes, does that mean I'm in favor of it or against it? You know what? Look at the constitutional amendments that get on the ballot. They generally, many of them are there, and you don't know if you vote yes or no whether you're in favor or against it. So try to make these positive motions so then you don't have to get confused whether you vote yes means yes and no means no. That's how you are on it. So I would love, and probably every city clerk in the state would love if this next bullet point could happen, put your motion in writing. Do you ever see elected officials sit down there and write out their motion and then hand it in to the Clerk? No. I have some boards that I work with, and they actually have motion forms that they put out on the table, and anybody who's going to make a motion first gets one of those forms, writes out exactly what it is, so they can read it back to the group. They can give it to the clerk or the secretary, so they know exactly what it is that we're voting on. That would be fabulous if that could happen, but being realistic. Yeah, yeah. Being realistic, I don't have high hopes that it'll actually happen. And so the other point on this is don't say so move. This will happen, and probably Clara drives you nuts. There's a whole bunch of back and forth conversation, chit chat, and then somebody will pipe up, so move. What are they moving? Who knows? Yes. 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 So you are not to do that except in a couple of instances when you're allowed to do it. And one is if you're approving the minutes and the mayor has said, is there a motion to approve the minutes? So move. You can say so move, that's appropriate. Or a motion to recess, so move. A motion to adjourn, so move. Those are about the only times you want to say so move. Yes. Yeah, right. And but if there's a motion to approve the minutes, first usually say, are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? So I didn't go through the whole script. And then hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes as recorded or as printed or as distributed? And then so move is in order at that time. You don't have to go through saying, I move to approve the minutes. You don't have to say all of that. Yes?
In our city, when someone wants to take a recess, unless it's a planned recess, someone usually just turns to me and says, Madam Mayor, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Mm-hmm.
We don't vote, we just go.
Okay, well, like I said at the very beginning, I am not a strict stickler that you have to do everything exactly by the rules, Robert's rules, because again, it takes away some of the collegiality, some of the, maybe traditionally your group is a little less formal on the dais, so that kind of is a good example where I wouldn't say, no, you absolutely have to have a motion to recess. It is one of the motions people can make, a motion to recess, but, or the mayor can call for, I'd like to entertain a motion to recess, and someone says so move, which would probably be the legal way to do it when somebody on the dais, if they don't say, I move to recess, they suggest it's time for a recess, you can entertain that motion. But again, you can just recess if nobody is disagreeing with that. Yeah, okay, sure. It's adjourned, No, you don't need a second for that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so we're still in the steps of making a motion. So let's go to the next slide. So now we come to the seconding the motion. And why do you think you need a second for motions? Why would that be? Pardon? To move along the discussion, that's valid. Any other reason you can think of? Yes. To confirm the motion? Well, I think you're going in the right direction. The idea is if there's only one person in the group who's interested in this idea, the maker of the motion, we don't want to waste people's time in debating this motion if there's not any interest in it. So a second shows at least there's one other person in the group who wants to talk about it. And that's when you get somebody who really maybe isn't in favor of it, but as a courtesy will second for purpose of discussion. They're kind of letting you know, I'm really not on board with you, but they know if there's no second, then the motion dies for lack of a second, and we're not even going to talk about it. So if I'm an elected official and I respect you as another elected official, and even though I really hate the idea that you're going to bring to the group, you have every right as an elected official to have your issue aired and debated and voted down, I hope, so I'm going to do that. So under Robert's rules, the reason for this second is to make sure you're not wasting people's time, that at least there are 2 people in this group who would like to talk about this particular. Okay. And as we said before, it's just agree it should be considered. You don't necessarily have to be voting in favor of it. Some motions don't need a second. You see them listed up there. And if there's no second, the motion dies for the lack of a second. Okay? All right. So now, after the motion has been made, it has been seconded, now it's up to the chair or the mayor to state the motion. And how do you all do it? We've got a few mayors sitting up here. Mayors, how do you restate the motion? Yeah, and okay, so what I do know happens in a lot of cities is that, and no aspersion to staff, but staff creates the motions ahead of time. They're in the agenda packet, and they're there for someone on the council or commission to just read. That's okay, and that happens, and it's okay. But what if staff hasn't written out a motion for you? You got to come up with your own wording or language or something, which in any other setting besides a city council meeting, you would always have to be making your own motions. So someone has made a motion, it's been seconded, you're the mayor, what do you do now? No, before the discussion. Yes. So the motion has to be stated by the chair. Well, I'm the mayor, I didn't even half listen to what that person was saying. And so if as the mayor, you didn't write down what the motion was, the easiest thing to do is ask the person who made the motion to restate the motion. Or you can ask the clerk who hopefully wrote it down, and the clerks are sitting there, I didn't write it down either. Then you ask the person who made the motion to restate the motion, and they may not even remember what they said. That's why those motion forms, where you actually write out the motion, are really helpful, because then the mayor has a copy of it to read the motion, or the clerk has to read it, or the person who wrote it can restate it. The reason you want to do this, you want to make it abundantly clear to people what it is you are going to be voting on before you start debating and voting on it. Because otherwise, sometimes it's very confusing because there's been a lot of chit-chat before this motion got made, and you're not even really clear on what it is. The other important thing, the ownership of a motion changes once it is restated by the chair. Before that, the motion belongs to the person who made the motion, and it might be one of those things that you change your mind and you don't even want it to be heard anymore. You could withdraw it. You don't need to get the permission of the group. Or you could change it. The motion was to paint the building green, and now you're deciding, oh no, I'd rather it be white. If it hasn't been restated by the chair, you can change the motion at that point. Once it has been restated by the chair, it no longer belongs to the person who made the motion. It belongs to the group. And you have to have the group's approval to change it. And even one person in the group objects, then you have to vote on whether you're going to change it. You'd have to do an actual amendment to the motion to be able to do that. So you need the permission of the group to withdraw or change it once it's been stated by the chair. You could do it that way. If nobody objects, you could just make the change without having to do a vote on it. But if one person objects out of the whole group, then you have to vote on whether it can change or whether it's withdrawn. Or the appropriate thing for if you're changing it, to do an amendment to the motion at that point. Yes?
When we do ordinances, you have to make the motion to accept the ordinance and read the title.
Yes.
Which at times can get extremely
Yeah, well, that's why they usually have you just read the title without reading the whole thing. Even that? Well, the state does set up very specific guidelines for passing ordinances. So that would supersede Robert's rules. So however the state says you need to do it, and I know you have to have 2 hearings and you have to read the ordinance each time and so much time between them. So that's what you need to follow rather than Robert's rules, because again, these weren't written for city councils necessarily. Okay. All right. So we're still making the motion. Let me ask you a question, and maybe the staff will answer this faster than the elected officials. Do you ever see a situation where there's debate before there's a motion? Yeah, all the time. I hear that all the time, and that is not correct. You should not be having any debate unless you have a motion on the floor. So if you have your council starts debating the pros and cons of an issue and there's no motion, the mayor should rule that out of order. There's no motion, there's no discussion. Now, say you had a staff report on an issue and members of your commission have questions, they don't understand something, they want to know, does this mean that? You can do all of that kind of discussion as far as clarifying what the issue is. Before I can make a motion, I need to understand it fully, I need to have these questions. But we should not be having the back and forth debate, the pros and cons of the issue, until there's an actual motion on the floor. If I was a city clerk, I would go nuts in trying to keep up with this whole debate that's not debating. There's no motion to debate, but they're having the debate anyway, and that's when somebody will then say, so move. And the clerk is left totally, what are they talked for 15 minutes about this without a motion on the floor. So again, as the chair, you should request a motion before you allow the debate. Okay, so let's get those motions. Pardon? You exactly. So it will really help. So once you have that motion on the floor, you can do the debate. It can be amended, postponed, all of those secondary motions that we talked about. But the debate is limited to the specific motion that is pending. So let's go back to the example. We had a motion to paint the building green. But during the debate, people start talking about, well, we really need a new roof before we paint it. So they start talking about the building roof. Out of order. The chair should call that discussion out of order because the motion is to paint the building green. That's all we should be debating, the pros and cons. I really like green. I hate green. I want to have it be white, that kind of. So again, don't let the discussion go off into something that is not directly related to the specific motion that is on the floor, okay? So the chair is the one who controls that. And you can say things like, please confine your remarks to, in a very appropriate way, to the motion, to, the color we're thinking about painting the building, okay? And the other thing is, and somebody, just because you get elected mayor doesn't mean you are a great parliamentarian or, you learn it after a while, after you're sitting in the chair, and it becomes kind of second nature. But other members of the group can call for things that will help the mayor keep control. So if the group is going off on a tangent, they are not just going through the agenda in an orderly fashion, any other member of the group can call for the orders of the day. And that's a motion you use if the agenda is not being followed. Somebody just brought in something that's off the wall, and then you go off on that path and start talking about that issue. And if that really frustrates you, which it does to some people, you call for the orders of the day. And, You don't need a second and you don't vote. It's just kind of you're demanding that we get back on the agenda. However, if the group wants to continue going off on a tangent, they have to vote, and it's a 2/3 vote to go off the agenda. And again, that's protecting the rights of the minority. I wasn't at that meeting. I didn't know you were going to talk about this. It wasn't on the agenda. And now you've got a whole, people making motions on things that I would have been at the meeting if I'd known you were going to be talking about that. So again, you can do something like that. So it says, don't forget your manners. We'll talk a little bit later about civility, but. So the question was, is orders of the day restricted to the commission members? In all of Robert's Rules of Order, the only people they pertain to, the only people who can make motions, second motions, debate, use any of these subsidiary motions, incidental motions, are the members of the group. So if you have 5 people in your group, those are the only people who make these motions. So I think what Debbie is indicating, can someone from the audience intercede and, call for the orders of the day or point of order? No. Under Robert's rules, they are not a member of the deliberative body. They can be there observing, and as we know under Florida law, you have to allow for public, and every city's doing it differently. But as far as once you're into the debating amongst your council members, that's just the council or commission that uses these motions. It's the responsibility of the presiding officer. Yeah. Yeah. Or, yeah, that's out of order, right.
Okay, I guess I'm getting lost here somewhere. So we have our discussion in the council. Then what we do is open it up to the public to make comments. Then after the comments are finished, then if we want to, we discuss it again before we put it to a vote.
Every city has set up the way they want to handle this. I know of cities who have 15 minutes at the beginning of the meeting for public participation. And you can speak about any of the items that are on the agenda, or you can speak about anything that you care about the city during that time frame. That it's not during the actual debate of that item. That's how some cities are doing it, and that's perfectly fine under Florida law. My understanding is as long as you allow an opportunity for public participation on any decisions you're going to make, you can set up the rules about when you do it, how long you do it, all of that, how much time you allow each person. And under that Florida law, it doesn't have to be at the same meeting where you're making the decision. It has to be in close proximity, so it could be, we're going to be voting on this next, in 2 weeks, we're having public participation on it now. Now, I wouldn't suggest that you have public participation and then wait 6 months to actually vote on the issue. That would not be in close proximity, and I think someone could challenge you under that law. Now, I know there are a lot of cities who do exactly what you're saying. They have a motion. A lot of them don't debate it until they hear from the public first, and they will open it to the public. Every item on the agenda that there's going to be a vote on, they will stop, open it if there's public comment, then close public comment and come back and have your own debate and your own vote. Or if you wanted to do it, have your debate, then have the public weigh in. That's going to be longer because then you may want to debate again after you hear what the public said. Because, hopefully, you're going to listen to the public. You haven't made up your mind ahead of time, and it may influence you, and now you want to re-debate it because you're changing your mind. If you do that, and I'm not telling you do it or don't do it, your meetings are going to be much longer, much longer. Yeah.
I'd like to ask a question for you, and perhaps it helps the other group or maybe not, but based on your experience working with other cities. What would happen if a city, some city, actually had a whole layout for that to happen? In other words, these are the 3 believe to be the agenda items for a meeting that's coming up on 1 June. And so we would like to make sure that the public knows those 3 items without any of us giving any input to them. Here's the subject matter: green buildings, the color green. We like the color green. Can you give us some input on that now? Then we come with staff makes their recommendation. Yeah, we're going to do green buildings. And so they come, but now staff's had the opportunity to hear that. Do any cities do that? Set something like that up before? As a matter of
It doesn't sound like it's out of range of something a city might do. It's legal under the law. I can't call to mind any city that actually does that. Jonathan?
The way I've seen it done in the past is those controversial items, they'll take it to, in essence, a workshop, and they'll allow for the public input, and staff's presentation will be the same as it was at the workshop. Now, is there any deviation based on the public's input? The board will then direct staff to incorporate the remarks from the public in the final recommendation. So, and in most cases, you see where they allow for public comments, but that's kind of where you see that type of situation. Now, I haven't seen a situation whereby they discuss it with the public and then they bring it back and then there's no public conversation. I think consistently a lot of government entities have afforded the public that right to do that, and once you have already gone down that way, you've established that precedent, so it's hard for them to take it away. But I've seen those workshops be a venue or a vehicle to accomplish what you stated.
Right. And so I'm going to continue. I'm diverting a little from Robert's Rules because, again, this wasn't thought of in Robert's Rules. It's Florida laws about public meetings. So one thing, I get questions, if there's something not on the agenda, can we actually debate it and vote on it at a meeting when it wasn't on the agenda? And yes, you can. Under an Attorney General's opinion, however, if it's what's considered a controversial item, and you know what's controversial in your city, it is suggested while you might debate it, that you not vote on something that is not on your agenda, and you put it to an agenda at the next meeting. And that way people have notice, again, that they're going to be talking about this, and that's when I need to be there to share my opinion. So you are allowed to do it, but if it's controversial, you should not be voting on it. And again, that's just an Attorney General's opinion, but I think that makes a lot of sense, and you don't want to look like you're trying to pull something over on, sneak it through because nobody came tonight, nobody knows we're going to be talking about this. Let's just get it done, and then we won't have to face all those angry people standing up in front of us. So the idea of the workshops, of course, is really a good idea to let the community weigh in. The other thing I want to say, and this has nothing to do with Robert's Rules, but you will get called on these controversial issues by the media. And the worst thing you can do is to be telling the reporter how you're going to vote on something prior to the meeting. Because the whole idea of the public comment is because you have not made up your mind before you come to a meeting. You may feel pretty strongly about an issue, and you may think you know where you're heading as far as voting yes or no, but to publicly say, I'm voting no on this, is wrong. Keep it to yourself, and then really listen to what your colleagues say and to what the public says, because you may need to change your mind. There may be information that you are not aware of, so don't put yourself in that box. And to me, it's almost a violation of the sunshine laws, because you're signaling to other people, and although the newspaper can't be cited as a conduit, but it's just, to me, inappropriate for elected officials to be airing how they're going to vote on something before they actually come to the meeting and hear the debate.
We had a counselor in the past who would do that via letter to the editor. And it would appear the week before the vote, okay? It was just a matter of, and the attorneys advised, when this person does this, do not respond to it. Because he believed the person was doing it to invoke the other person.
Yeah.
Right. They wouldn't be, because they threw it out.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. So if you make it a two-way communication, then you are in violation. Exactly. But again, you shouldn't be making up your mind before it's debated, before the public weighs in on it. And, you know, we all know that we have our biases and our prejudice, and it's something that you think you're going to vote this way, but keep it to yourself and then be open to hearing other ideas and changing your mind if you need to. So, back to Robert's Rules. Okay. Now, so you've had this great debate, which we'll talk about because I'm going to go through debate in a little more detail. Before you vote, again, the mayor or the chair has to restate the motion. And again, you can call on the clerk to read it. By that time, hopefully the clerk has it down pat. And this gives you the options. You know, you certainly can do a voice vote. Yeah, all those in favor, all those opposed. Rarely see show of hands by an elected body, and we certainly never see a standing vote. Now, if you remember, Robert's rules were written for deliberative assemblies, so that could be a group of 500 people. So sometimes they have all those in favor stand up because a voice vote wouldn't tell you anything if it was a very large convention of a group or something. But I do see voice votes, and then if it's not clear, most cities do roll call votes on almost everything because they want you on the record of how you're voting for something. So, you know, that certainly is something that can be routinely. And then again, even if everybody votes yes, you need to also, you know, just ask for the no vote, particularly if you're doing it on a voice vote, to just make sure that you have an opportunity for the folks to weigh against it. And then the chair has to announce the results of the vote. So, and it's up to the chair on the voice vote to determine if it passed or failed. So, Jonathan, if we could go to the next slide. So this is what you say instead of just letting it, you know, the clerk calls the roll and you hear 3 or 4 and 2 are against it. But the chair should say the affirmative has it, or there are 3 votes for and 2 votes against. And then you say the motion is approved, or the motion is adopted, or the motion failed. So you need to go through that little script. So again, it's on the record and it's clear to everybody what happened. And we will now be painting the building green. So you'll announce the effect of what it is that you are doing, and then you go to the next item of business. Yes? Well, under Robert's rules, the chair does it, but I don't have a problem with the clerk doing it. But the chair, again, should, you know, restate, you know, what will follow now, the result. Yes, Maggie?
I'm pretty sure what we do is just she reads the call for the roll, and then it's obvious how the vote went.
Well, just to have it on the record, you should be stating the motion is approved, the motion passed, the vote is 3-2, the vote is 4-1, and we will now proceed with, or the building will be painted green or whatever. So just so, you know, somebody's asleep in the back of the audience, what happened? You know, the mayor's going to tell us what happened. Yeah. Okay. And that's the effect of the vote. All right. So before we move any further on motions, let me ask you a question. What do you think is the overused and most abused and overused motion there is? Of all the motions you've come across in your life as a public official or someone on a board or committee, what one is most abused or overused? You're getting close to it. Okay. No, that's another. That's the favorite one. Yeah. Approval of minutes is not it. It's the motion to lay on the table. So we're going to talk about that in detail. That's the most abused and overused. People use that inappropriately. So we're going to talk about that. What's the second most abused motion? Call the question. Move the previous question. That's the second most abused or misused motion, so we'll talk about that. And then we'll go to what's the most popular motion? Motion to adjourn, or the motion to recess, especially when your bladder's really full and everyone's really happy to hear that motion come about. So, all right, I'm going to hand out another, and this is, I think I saw Debbie had a little cheat sheet. And Mariah, you want to help me? This is Mariah Rains, who's come over from Orlando, who's a colleague of mine, and she's going to hand these out. Let me just give those at the table. So this is your quick and dirty parliamentary procedure at a glance handout that you can keep with you at your meetings, which gives you, if you want to do something, what you say, and if you need a second, and if you need, yeah. Okay. Now there's two sides to this. So we're going to talk about both sides, and they're different. So wait till everyone has one. And this has most of the main kind of motions you would be making are on this one. Yeah. So, okay, but there's some others that aren't. So we're going to talk about what's important to know about this. See those words up there? Normally you'd say precedence, but in parliamentary lingo it's called precedence. So this is called precedence of motions, which means there is an order to motions. And that's why this chart is so important, because in the chart it tells you very clearly at the top of the page that 1 through 9 are in order of precedence, which means you cannot introduce a motion that is below one that is above it, that is if it is pending. So for example, there's a motion on the floor to adjourn. You can't at that time introduce a motion to have further study on a matter because it is below it on that list. So you can only do something that is above it when there is a motion pending. So what you would have to do is vote on the motion to adjourn, and if the motion failed, then you could go back and have a motion to refer, for further study. But if the motion to adjourn passes, the meeting is over. Yes, sir.
Didn't you say earlier that you didn't need a second for the adjournment?
Did I say that? And now it says you do? Okay. It says a second is necessary. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. I'm just making sure I'm focusing.
Yeah. And we're going to talk a little bit later about a different set of rules that Roberts has where no seconds are necessary. So, but that's another issue. Okay, so on this first page, they are in order of precedence. When you turn the page over, and mine is not, those do not have any special order of procedure one over the other. You may introduce any of them at any time except when a motion to adjourn is pending, when a motion to recess is pending, or a point of privilege is pending. Other than that, these are the kinds of things that you can introduce at any time. So that's an important key to keep. And what I'm going to do now is go through some of these motions, and there's some on the PowerPoint that are in your handout that are not on that list, but just to make you clear on these. So again, you can have only one main motion on the floor, but you can have many secondary motions on the floor at the same time. And just keep in mind the order, and those are in the order of precedence. That top one, fix the time to adjourn, you're rarely going to see that. That's why it's not on your chart there. And it doesn't have anything to do with adjourning. It's just if you're going to have another meeting to continue the business, that's what's called fix the time to adjourn. And it's just setting the time for the next meeting. It doesn't adjourn your meeting. It doesn't set a time to adjourn your meeting. So you can probably forget about it, but it's part of Robert's rules. Anyway, it's not debatable. It is amendable. It just takes a majority vote, and it does need a second. So the motion to adjourn, which we talked about already, is the most popular. I think you all understand that one, as well as the recess, which is a short interruption that usually you need just to take a break. So these a question of privilege, a lot of times that deals with comfort or conduct. It could be an urgent request, so you can interrupt. You would say, Mr. Mayor or Ms. Mayor, I rise to a question of personal privilege, or I rise to a question of privilege affecting the group. And it can be an individual. So, just again, something that we can't hear, or people are interrupting, or whatever. You can just, if you have to leave the meeting, something like that. I talked to you before about call for the orders of the day. That is also not on your chart, but that's where it would fall between privilege and lay on the table. And that, again, is to follow the agenda. So let's talk about lay on the table. What do you use that for in your meetings, in your experience? Yes? You're tabling it to another meeting because we don't have enough information, we want to do some more research, so we want to, okay. Wrong. That's not how you're supposed to use it. People do that all the time. That's why it's the most abused. The reason you do lay on the table is because something more important has come up and you need to interrupt, stop the discussion, the debate you're having on that issue, and lay it on the table, take it off the floor, lay it on the table. Let me give you an example. Say at your city council meeting, you had invited the chair of the Pinellas County Commission to come and address you on some intergovernmental issue that you're all trying to work on. And the chair comes in and you are in the middle of a debate on an issue, but you know this chair can only stay for 15 minutes because they've got to be doing something else. And so there's a motion to lay on the table. The motion, you're in the middle of debating. You're interrupting because something more important is occurring. You vote on that. You stop debating it. You let the county chair speak about what they came to talk about. They go away, and then you need a motion to bring that debate back on the floor. And if you don't do it at that meeting, you need to do it by the end of the next meeting, or it falls off the table. And it's like the motion was never made before. So again, and you can't just go back into having the discussion, you have to have a motion to bring it back for discussion. Okay? Yes?
Yeah, does the motion have to come from the person that laid it on the table?
No. No. Yeah. So it's in the care of the secretary or the clerk while it is on the table. It remains on the table till it's taken off, and it has to be at that meeting or by the end of the next meeting. And that's how you use lay on the table. So everybody's using it wrong pretty much, because I hear it used all the time because we want to wait and we need more information before we're ready to make a vote on this. And so there's another motion you use to do that, which we'll get to in a few minutes. So, okay, now that we're clear on that previous question, the second most abused. So you're debating and you're going back and forth and people are arguing, and one of your really impatient commissioners says, call the question. What happens? What happens at that point? No. And that's what, and frequently you'll see, then the mayor will go ahead and say, call for the vote then. No. If somebody wants to end debate, they have to make a motion to move the previous question, okay? And they need to have a second. Let's see, it needs to be seconded. And then you don't debate it. You just vote on whether you want to end debate or not. It's a two-part thing. So you have to then get 2/3 vote to stop debating. And if you get the 2/3 vote, then you go back and you vote on the main motion. So what I see happen is somebody will say, call the question, and they'll stop talking and they'll vote on the main motion. But you're not supposed to. You're supposed to vote on whether we want to stop talking. And then if we agree by 2/3 majority, then we go back and vote on the main motion. Yeah. So it's a two-part thing. And the reason it's so abused is because people just, somebody else called the question and they call the question. Yes, sir.
As it relates to everything we're talking about here, so let's just say there was a commission meeting last night or a council meeting last night, and they didn't do this properly.
Uh-huh.
What's the recourse? Is there a recourse? Can someone stand up and say, wait a minute, you gotta bring that all back?
No, I don't think you're going to see that happen in a governmental meeting. I think you need to probably have a discussion amongst your council about how strict we're going to be with Robert's rules, how relaxed we're going to be. But those of you who are knowledgeable about it can help the group, because when they rush right in, you can say something about, you know, point of order, we need to vote on the motion to end debate before we vote on the main motion, and do it in a nice way, not know-it-all. Now, your parliamentarian should guide you and, you know, not allow that to happen for either lay on the table or for, but there are a lot of attorneys who don't know this stuff or don't want to intercede. And so again, if you're, you know, Robert's Rules light, you're not going to get bent out of shape. But the people who really know this stuff, they can control the meeting because they can call you on a lot of these things. So it behooves you to be as familiar and as knowledgeable as you can be so that you can help the group, you know, follow some of these rules and guidelines. Now, there are cities who don't adopt Robert's Rules because they don't want to have to follow some rules. They'd rather let it just be very free and easy, and, you know, if that's what your council wants to do, that's fine also. Someone who thinks that they know the rules, yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah, that can happen too. All right, let's continue on the next slide looking at some of these. So you can have a vote to limit or extend the limits of debate. And again, that's a 2/3 vote because you're taking away someone's right. If you're going to limit, you know, we're not going to allow anyone to speak more than once on this, or we're only going to allow you to speak 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Council members, I'm not talking about the public, if you wanted to do that, you would need more than a majority because, again, you're taking away someone's rights. Now, number 9, that's the one you use when you want to delay the vote and you want to talk, research something some more, or get more input from the public or the community, postpone to a certain time. And that's when you have to say, you know, I move to postpone to the next council meeting. When you're debating something, when you're not ready to vote on it, when you need more time, and you need to get a second, you debate if we want to put it off for another 2 weeks, and someone may say, we've been dancing around this for 3 months already, I'm ready to vote on it. But you just need a simple majority to postpone to a certain time. And actually, when you do that, under Robert's Rules, it cannot go beyond the next meeting. No, we're working off the PowerPoint, yeah, right, which you've got in your handout there. So you cannot go beyond when you postpone it to a time certain, it should be the next meeting. Now, at that meeting, you could also postpone it to a time certain, which would be the next meeting. You know, but again, don't postpone it for 6 months. So it only takes a majority vote to do that. Now, what is not on that list, but see, now you do have number 6, which it says postpone consideration of a matter. That's the same thing. Yeah, that's the same thing. And I'm going to add the next one that's not on that list, and you can write it in, postpone indefinitely. And do you know what postpone indefinitely means? It means you want to kill the motion. And this is probably the biggest secret that nobody knows about, because if you make a motion and again, you could do it, you know, it's a secondary motion, to postpone indefinitely, it means it's going to go away. That the motion, if your motion to postpone indefinitely passes, and it only needs a majority vote to pass, that it goes away. It's as if it never happened. It is debatable, not amendable. To postpone indefinitely. Yes. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. So to lay on the table was just to interrupt a discussion you were having because something more important happened. And you bring it back at that meeting or the next meeting with a motion to bring it back to the table because you've got it. If you can visualize, the motion was here and you took it and you laid it on another table. And to bring it back to the table, somebody needs to make a motion to bring it back at that meeting or the next meeting, or it falls off the table and it's like that motion never existed. To postpone indefinitely means we're debating it. I hate it. I want it to go away. I'm going to move to postpone indefinitely, and if I can get 2 of my colleagues to agree with me, that motion disappears without anybody voting on the main motion. If I postpone to a time certain, it means we're debating that motion, and I'm not comfortable in making a decision yet. I want the staff to call up the Florida League of Cities and say, have any other cities done this and what's been the result of that? Or I want to go on the internet myself and spend some time seeing what's happening around the country on this issue. And so I make a motion to postpone to the next council meeting because I can't do it beyond that. So I've got 2 more weeks to talk to my constituents and see how they feel about it. And so if I can get a majority vote on that, if I don't, then we have to continue debating it at tonight's meeting. It's not postponed, and people say, you know, you never make up your mind, and you know, let's just do it. So that's how you use them, but differently. Okay. Okay, and then finally we're down to that last, which was the main motion. So again, the things you need to remember, and I need to go back to the true-false quiz. So the true-false quiz that was down, a 2/3 vote is required to postpone a motion indefinitely. Now that you know it, it is false. It's only a simple majority, okay? Okay. So now that you somewhat know this stuff, let's go over again. Higher on the list is okay. Lower on the list is out of order. If somebody's introducing a motion below something that's already on the floor. And when you go back to vote, you vote in reverse order. So if you have a motion and then a secondary and another, you go and you vote on the bottom back up in voting. Okay, you think you got it? Let's have a little exercise and see if you do. Now for this exercise, I need to have a few groups, and you all aren't, and I want to mix the elected officials up with the rest of you. So if you would form yourselves into groups of 4 or 5 people, I have a situation with several steps to it that I want your group to look at and figure out what the answers are. And so I'm going to let you just form your own groups. And this is a made-up city. The name of the city is Toxalatsi, Florida. Toxalatsi. And yeah, everyone in the group should go. There's 2 sides to this scenario, and I think you'll find it interesting when you look at the characters in this scenario. We have Mayor Blunt. Get in your groups, form, just float around, make a new group. If you want to just be elected officials, that's fine. All right, so in our group, and here, I've got some more. Here's some for you. Yeah, Toxalotsi, Florida, where we have Mayor Blunt, Commissioner Sally Putoff, Commissioner Fred Badinsky, Commissioner Sam Know-It-All, Commissioner Mary Nitpicker, and City Clerk Joan Experto. So as you go through this situation, you figure out the answers and work on it with your group. They've got them. I had some extra ones. There's two sides. You need to fill in the blanks on both sides. So figure it out. Use any of your handouts that I've given you as your guides. After you've gone through your whole scenario, take a short break, and then when you come back, we'll give you the answers.
The bottom one's no good, there's no second. Oh, there's no second? There is no second. And secondary, we have to determine if we were gonna postpone it. Because there's a second on it. Right, and we did, and literally, you can say I make a motion, make it 2,000. I can follow what I can say. I make a motion, before that. It's secondary. Mine's, my motion is secondary. That's not it. Hold on. And then the mayor has to try to figure out how to avoid Okay, so, and then, yeah, this is the mayor gets it. Right. So that one's failed. So we have 4 motions on the floor. The first motion we can vote on is not postponing. What's next? Is it, if it's postponed, we do a keep on worrying about it. If it isn't, then we move on and say, okay, what motion is now on the floor? The mayor has the right. I'm here, yes. If the motion fails, what happens next? Then we vote on 4,000, changing the second motion from 2,000 to 4,000. Yeah, that's what happens. The motion is now approved. Yeah. This is just, I have this problem here. It's gonna be wrong. Haven't you noticed that? Now, what you do Jesus. Would you like another water? So the first motion to vote on is postpone. Postpone. Somebody wants to postpone. Vote is something to postpone. I'm just a council, okay? I'll blame it on my mayor. I did the part. That was like, we had to start that. We had a lot of work to do as mayors here, really. We were getting ready to vote on something, and she just, better. Vote on it. You know that it was gonna pass. So she looks over and she's not voting this one.
Yeah. That's one of the things that
She might have to.
school public administration. Randy, I think it lost. We lost we lost our identity.
In your chair. if you did this, it would be this. You're saying, what did you do?
Just on the motion failed, what do you do? Yeah.
Okay, and if it didn't fail,
Well, that's not correct.
well, that's what they're saying. They're saying the first motion is to vote on is amended. Okay, if the motion fails, what happens next? So see, they're all on the wrong track. Okay.
But that's all right, we'll get the answer.
I know.
I'm gonna have to call. So I know some of you may not have completed the activity, but I think we will reconvene and we'll go over the answers and you'll get them because I have lots more stuff to cover and we're already almost at 3 o'clock. So, all right, so if you will come back, yes, we'll go over what? Oh. Okay. All right, so if you will reconvene out of your groups, I'm going to go over and give you the answers or ask you for what you answered, and we'll figure out where you got it. Okay. We think we know what it is. Good. I like that confidence. All right. I think, okay, so on that first one, so when Commissioner Know-It-All made the motion, I move we purchase a computer, and it was seconded, restated by the chair, and is being discussed by the commission. What is this called? A main motion. Okay, that one's easy. All right. So then Nitpicker weighs in and is amending the motion by adding the words not to exceed $2,000. Let's put some parameters on that. So that is now what? Primary amendment. This is a primary amendment. This is the first amendment to the motion, so that's called primary. So we have a primary amendment. Is that in order or not in order? It is in order, okay, because you can amend something after the motion is on the floor. Okay. So then Commissioner Budinsky figures, nowadays 2,000 isn't going to buy you a really great computer, so amends the amendment by striking 2,000 and inserting 4,000. This is a secondary amendment. Secondary amendment. So we had the primary amendment was to put the $2,000 on it. The secondary amendment is to change that to $4,000. Okay? Is it in order? It is in order. You can amend an amendment. Yeah. So it is in order. And now you don't vote. You haven't voted on any of these yet. They're all pending. So then Commissioner Putoff says, I move to postpone this motion until our meeting next month. What kind of motion is this? Yeah, that's the second blank. What's the answer on the first blank? Subsidiary. This is a subsidiary motion because it's doing something to the main motion that has now 2 amendments pending on it. So postpone it to a certain time was the fill in the blank, postpone to a certain time. Is that motion in order? Yes. Okay, it is. You can do that. And got a second. Pardon? Postpone to a certain time or to a time certain. That's what that motion is. And then Budinsky butts in again and says, I want to refer this to the Finance Committee and direct them to have a recommendation at our next month's meeting. What kind of motion is that? It's also a subsidiary motion, right? We're doing something with the motion. We're going to put it off on somebody else. And it's a motion to commit or refer, we call that. And is it in order? No. Why is it not in order? No, that's not why. It's below it on the list. It is below it on the list. It's not in precedence, so it's not in order. Again, you have to be looking at the order of the things. So how many motions are on the floor now? 4. 4 motions are on the floor. You have the main motion, you have the primary amendment, you have the secondary amendment, and the motion to postpone to a time certain. So you have 4 motions on the floor that are all dealing with that. Okay. So the first motion to vote on is which? Postpone to a time certain. Okay, so that fails. We don't want to put it off. We want to make the decision today. So now what motion is on the floor? Okay, what happens next is you vote on the secondary amendment, which was what? The motion to strike 2,000 and insert 4,000. So that's the motion that's on the floor now. So we're going back up on these. And if that amendment is adopted, what happens next? No. You vote on the primary amendment, which seems silly because you've already done it, but it's still pending. So you have to vote on every pending amendment, every pending motion. So you're going to have to do multiple votes, right? So you voted on the secondary that made it 4,000. Now you go back and vote on the primary as amended, is how you handle it, the primary as amended. So you vote again on the 4,000. What motion is now pending? The motion to amend the motion by adding 4,000. Okay, we did that already. And then if they vote yes, next you vote on the main motion, which is, and if it passes, it is to purchase a computer not to exceed $4,000. Right. Yes. So you have to, again, go back and vote on 4 motions. You've got 4 motions on the floor. You can't skip one. Okay. So the motion to amend was to strike 2,000 to insert 4,000. If that amendment is adopted, what happens next? You vote on the primary amendment as amended, which is what you just voted on, but you have to vote again. So the motion that's pending now is motion to amend the motion by adding $4,000. So you vote on that. If the commission votes yes, what happens next? You vote on the main motion, and that motion now is to purchase a computer not to exceed $4,000. So you can see how it gets very confusing. Yeah, and yeah. So again, the advantage is to people who know how to do this stuff and can keep the group moving along and not let you get into any trouble. And remember the Idiot's Guide, that's going to help you. All right, let's go back to the PowerPoint. I need my clicker up there. Now we're going to talk about debate, because all we talked about was how to make a motion. All of that dealt with making motions and the kinds of motions and how you deal with them and take care of them. So nothing is simple in Robert's rules. So now we're going to talk about debate. I'm going to reiterate this. A motion must be on the floor before it can be debated. So if nobody else knows this, at least the people in this room, in your next commission meeting, those of you who are on the commissions or councils, tell somebody to please make a motion before we can discuss this or debate this. So you've got to get a motion on the floor. And then it has to be made, seconded, and restated before you begin the debate. Again, all right? So you don't start talking about it until all those things happen. And then, of course, we know only one person speaks at a time, and you go through the mayor or the chair. You ask for the mayor's recognition before you start to speak. And the debate is limited to the motion immediately pending. So on the example we had, if you were just debating whether it should be a $2,000 or a $4,000, that's all you should talk about, not, we don't need a computer anyways. That would be what you would debate on the main motion to purchase a computer. But now we're just debating, well, I went to Costco and I saw all kinds of computers for under $1,000. Why do we need to spend $4,000 on it? You know, that kind of thing. So for the people who are leading the meeting, who are presiding, the maker of the motion has the right to speak first. So you should always recognize the maker of the motion to speak first. Now, they may decline. They may not want to go first. But again, you give them that opportunity. That's the right way to do it. And then, so that if you look back at your true-false quiz, the sixth item down, the maker of a motion should be the first to speak. And remember, we said you can't speak against it, to speak in favor of it. So that one is true. And that's, again, as we said, the maker of the motion may not speak against it under Robert's rules. So going to the next page, all questions, which means anybody who wants to speak goes through the chair. You address the chair. You don't go back and forth from commissioner to commissioner without going through the chair. So the ones that use the motions that are listed there are not debatable. So if somebody moves one of those and you are presiding, you get if they need a second, then you just go ahead and call for the question. You don't open it up to debate. Okay? And then we'll talk about the speaking order. So, of course, we said the maker of the motion goes first if they choose to. And then what you should try to do is alternate a pro and a con, a pro and a con. So if you don't know who's in favor or not, you ask, is there anyone who would like, so the maker of the motion we know has to speak in favor. They went first. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? And then you recognize that person. And then you go back, is there someone who would like to speak in favor of the motion? So you go back and forth. Now, 5 people, there may not be more than 2 people opposing or more than 3 people in favor, however it is. So, you know, but you give an opportunity to balance it, a pro, a con, as you go through the debate, instead of loading all the people who are in favor of something speaking on it first. Now, under Robert's Rules of Order, look at that bottom bullet. No one is able to speak on a motion more than 2 times, which in some of your meetings would probably be very helpful if you invoked that rule. Because particularly if you see you're on the losing side, you know, in a 3-2 vote or a 4-1 vote, haven't you heard people who just let me talk about it some more because, you know, the 3rd time, the 4th time, the 5th time, maybe I'll be able to influence someone or sway them if I speak about it a little differently. But under Robert's rules, you only get 2 shots at it, 2 times to speak on any particular motion.
Speaking order around, is it better to ask if anybody would like to speak currently against this motion for the commissioners?
You mean just at the beginning?
At the very beginning. So, for example, right away the person made the motion, call on them.
Yeah, and they speak in favor.
Then we go to the second, the person who's second.
Oh.
I'd rather go, I like the pro and con. I'd like to say,
well, the only thing about at the very beginning saying anyone who wants to speak against it might put people on the spot because you're not sure how you're going as you hear the debate. So better, I think, to say, you know, you have someone speaking in favor, then is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? nobody raises their hand or signals out their light, then you go back, is there anyone now who would like to speak in favor? And you let that person speak. And then you again, is there anyone who would now like to speak in opposition? So I think it's better to just give people the option as they're listening, because then they may be making up their mind, right at that very time. So with Robert's rules, the limit to speaking twice, but they also say 10 minutes each time, which I think is outrageous, but, but that is how it is in Robert's rules. You can speak twice, but no more than 10 minutes per time. So with some of our elected officials, nobody here, of course, they could easily fill 10 minutes of airtime. But, again, you can modify that to, Madeira Beach's rules of order and say 2 times no more than 5 minutes each time or whatever, if you find people go on and on. Bob?
Kept ourselves at 2 times.
Uh-huh.
We allow the person who's speaking to have multiple follow-ups during the same discussion. There's a narrow group, another follow-up, and then you go to another person, and that person come back one more time.
I'm not sure what you mean by follow-ups.
In other words, they're continuing to talk. They had like several questions that they had.
Uh-huh.
Rather than just statements, and so they would ask like the city manager a question.
Okay, so they're not really debating. See, and I'm suggesting you get all of that stuff done before you start debating. So that's before you even, and that's before you even have a motion on the floor. It's an item on your agenda. The staff makes a report, questions to the staff, and then somebody makes a motion based on either the staff's recommended motion or something that you came up with yourself, and then just be debating the pros and cons. So we have, of course, our civility rules, and only speak when called on, direct all comments to the chair. And again, this is, keep it very professional, keep it issue-oriented, don't deal with personalities, don't be disruptive. You can make corrections. If something is said that is inaccurate, from your opinion, you can correct that in a pleasant way. The chair can interrupt if somebody is abusing the rules or, not following order. The chair can interrupt. So a lot of, and hopefully it doesn't happen to any of you folks, but a lot of cities have gone to adopting civility rules just of how council members treat each other during the meetings. The main thing I would say to you is, as city officials, you should be modeling the way. So if you treat each other on your dais without respect, you're just giving permission to your citizens to treat you all the same way. So no matter how much you may dislike someone or disagree with them, in their role as an elected official, your role as an elected official or a staff person, you just have to show a lot of respect for the office, if not for the individual, and hopefully that will be transmitted to your citizens. But I know there's a lot of cities where we have it gets really mean and nasty, and I don't think there's any place for that in public life. So how do you bring back motions? This is something that people don't always do the correct way. So you have opportunities to either rescind, amend something previously adopted, take it from the table, or reconsider. So we need to go through each of these. Now, under Robert's rules, you can't vote on the same question twice at the same meeting. Remember I said you can only have that motion one time at that meeting. It failed, you can't bring it back at that meeting, but you can do these opportunities. So rescinding is you voted on something at your first meeting of the month, and you realize your second meeting, that was a mistake, we shouldn't have done that, in your opinion. So you want to cancel something that you did at a previous meeting. That's called rescinding. And there's no time limit. I mean, you can do that 3 months later, with an exception. It doesn't have to be at the next meeting. You could try to rescind something. And it could be made by any member. You don't have to have voted on one side or the other to rescind. But what you have to do is to make sure that it's not too late to rescind it. So if you approved a contract and the contract's been signed, you can't rescind it at this point, or the city's going to be sued over, not following through on your contract. Or, and this has happened in local governments, a commissioner resigns, and the council or commission accepts the resignation, and then they come back a month later, oh, I changed my mind, I don't want to resign from office. Too bad. That resignation has taken effect after it was approved. You can't go back. And I had, I don't know if she was the mayor at the time, but she thought her family's circumstances were changing, and so she resigned. And then her husband's health improved and everything, and she decided, no, she really wanted. So anyway, they wouldn't let her back on, and they were right under Robert's rules. So in order, though, to rescind, there are several things that need to take place. So if nobody knew you were going to make a motion to rescind, it wasn't on the agenda, they had no notice, then it would take a 2/3 vote of the council or commission to rescind something. But if previous notice was given, so you had alerted the clerk that you were going to ask for rescission, that motion be rescinded, and it is noticed and it is on the agenda, then a majority vote will be all you need. And again, that's to protect those who aren't there. I didn't know you were going to vote on it again. I wasn't at this meeting, and you did this, because you knew I was a strong proponent of this, and now you're trying to undo something when you know I'm not going. When you see I'm not there. Yes. Well, remember I said you can, even under the Attorney General's, you can talk about things that are not on the agenda, but the suggestion was you not vote on it. And again, now we're mixing Robert's rules to allow you to bring something back, but you have to have a higher level of vote if you didn't announce it ahead of time. Yeah.
Out of curiosity, in your experience, who can put something on the agenda and when?
Well, that depends on how your council has agreed to do this. And I have a preference that I like to use. I think, okay, well, now staff, you may be mad at me and you may throw things at me, but whoever sets the agenda controls the meeting, okay? So if you want staff to control the meeting, let staff do the agenda. Now, with a caveat, I know staff has to put the agenda together, and staff knows there's a time running on this, and we have to do this within 30 days and 60 days, and, so of course staff has to have major input to the agenda. At a minimum, it should be done in conjunction with the mayor. So staff could draft an agenda, shoot it to the mayor and say, how does this look? Is there anything you want to add or change the order or anything? And let, at least the mayor, so it's a joint staff elected official preparation of the agenda. Even better, what I like to do at the end of a meeting is for the mayor to say, is there anything any of you, your fellow colleagues, would like to have on the agenda for next month's meeting or next week's meeting? Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. I think that's a good thing to do. Yes. Yeah. Right. And, the reason I say, let the agenda be open to all the elected officials. If you have something that you want to see. I've seen mayors who are so controlling of that agenda that they will not allow their colleagues. So the only avenue they have is to bring it up at the meeting when it's not been put on the agenda. And then, again, if it's controversial, you don't want to vote on it. Or if people aren't there because it wasn't, you're called, people don't look favorably on it. So I'm just giving you my preference. There's no rule how you have to do it. but I think that keeps the collegiality of your council and your commission working well. You know, and then the staff may weigh in and say, you know, we need to prepare a report on that, and so we're going to need, you know, could we schedule it for 2 meetings from now to give us time to pull together the information we need? You know, again, a joint effort. So you could amend something that was previously adopted, and again, that would, you go under the same rules. As far as if you didn't announce it ahead of time, you'd need a 2/3 majority to amend at that point, or if it was previously noticed, then the simple majority works for it. And this changes something, it doesn't cancel it, like rescinding would cancel it. Amending just changes it. Okay. And then take from the table, we've talked about a lot, and so that's how by the end of the next regularly scheduled meeting, if you didn't do it during the actual meeting where you laid something on the table, you would have a motion at the meeting to bring it off the table and to continue the discussion of that item. And reconsidering, that's the most complicated of all of these options. And so reconsidering is to erase the original vote on a motion, and it puts it back on the floor. So this is where the motion failed on a 3-2 vote. And you've decided, you voted the wrong way, that you really would like to hear it again. But it takes someone who voted on the prevailing side to bring it back. So if you voted against it and it passed and you want another shot at killing it, you can't be the one who votes to reconsider. You have to have somebody who voted on the prevailing side. And under Robert's rules, it can be only made on the day of the original motion. So it's not 2 weeks later or a month later at the next meeting. The reconsideration is supposed to happen at the same meeting. So you voted at 8 o'clock to do something, and you would like it to be reconsidered at 9 o'clock, but it'd have to be someone who voted for it. Now, I have seen elected officials vote on the prevailing side when they knew it was going to win or lose so that they could bring it back, you know, and just being shrewd. Again, if you know parliamentary procedure, you know how you have to do that.
Does that happen at the same meeting?
Reconsideration at the same meeting. Right, right. And so it's like the vote never happened, and you start all over again with a motion, and you, well, first the motion to reconsider, but then you would, if that passed that you were going to reconsider, then you debate it and vote on it again, okay? So on your true false, the last one, a motion to reconsider a motion that has previously passed can only be made by someone who voted on the prevailing side, and that is true. Okay, so here's the big secret from Robert's rules. Jonathan, if you'll go to the next slide. He has something called rules for small groups. And so while I told you his original and the rules were written for deliberative assemblies, they were really for large groups. So they rewrote some rules for small groups, and they defined small groups as any group of 12 or less, which pretty much city councils, county commissions, except if you're Jacksonville or Miami. Some of these I like, some of these I don't like. So not many people know that there's a whole section of Robert's rules that's for small groups. And what it does, it changes the rules. So it says there's no limit on the number of times a person may speak. See, they were worried if it's in 100 people in a group, you can't let somebody speak more than 2 times. But close or limit debate are in order in board meetings. And look at that last one. Under the rules for small, motions do not need to be seconded. Now, I don't think any of our cities are going to want to do that, but again, Robert's rules aren't written for cities. So I doubt that you would want to move to never having a second for any motion, but under the rules for small groups, you can do that. So, Jonathan, I need you to switch again. There's another page on rules for small groups. And again, now these, it says we're only in committees, so it really doesn't apply to the boards, but in committees, a motion can be reconsidered regardless of when the motion was made. So when I told you before that under the regular Roberts rules, you can only reconsider at the same meeting, under the small for committees, you can do it anytime. And it can be reconsidered by anyone who, this is interesting, talk about the negative, who did not vote on the losing side. So how would that happen? You didn't vote on the prevailing side, but you didn't vote on the losing side. You weren't there. You weren't there. So you didn't vote on the losing side. So under these rules for small groups, you could make the motion to reconsider because you just didn't vote on it. And if the vote is made at a later meeting, it requires the 2/3 or without notice or majority. If all the members who voted with the prevailing side are present or have been notified. So that changes it a little bit also. So again, as far as using these rules for small groups, I'm going to leave it up to you. You can keep it a secret and nobody will know, or you can loosen up even more and kind of do your own thing. So, all right. We're going to talk about minutes. Not that any of you take minutes except for Clara, and she's there. She is. Okay, you take minutes, and some of the staff probably takes minutes for board meetings and things like that that you are the liaison or tasked with. So I want to talk a little bit about minutes because I've recently had a really good example. I'm assisting 2 cities with charter reviews, and one city insists, or so the clerk's office tells me, that they have lengthy minutes that go into all the discussion, and the other city, the clerk says, oh no, I do action minutes. So I don't know what kind of guidelines, and it's usually at the request of the elected officials, how detailed you want your minutes to be. But I'm a big fan of action minutes. And so is parliamentary procedure under Robert's Rules of Order. So let's look at the things that Roberts says should be in the minutes. So of course the kind of meeting, is it a city council meeting? Is it a board of adjustment meeting? The name, the time, the place, the presiding officer. Usually you don't have a secretary. It's optional, the numbers of members present, but in a government meeting, you need to for sure say who was there, not just the numbers, but the names of the people who were present, who are on that board, and that you have a quorum established. And a record of the action taken on the minutes. You need to put in the minutes that the minutes were approved or corrected or whatever. So that's at a minimum what needs to be in there. In addition, the exact wording of each main motion that was voted on, whether it passed or failed, the name of the maker, the vote, if it was a roll call, of course, who voted for and against. And you notice it doesn't say anything about the second, so you don't have to have the name of whoever seconded it in the minutes. You can just say the motion was made by so-and-so and what the whole motion is, motion was seconded, which is good because sometimes those seconds are called out and nobody knows who seconded it. But anyway, if any notices were given at the meeting, like we're going to have we're going to have a workshop on this date or whatever, that should be in there. If there were points of orders or appeals, committee reports, just the name of the committee, the report, and attached, it doesn't, you don't go over the whole report into the minutes, and the hour of adjournment. So that's all that Roberts says should be in the minutes. I want you to look at the next page, and it looks like what should not be included. And if you look at the first bullet, opinion or interpretation of the secretary of the clerk, Robert's rules is very clear. The minutes are a record of what was done at a meeting, not what was said at a meeting. There's a big difference, what was done at a meeting and what was said at a meeting. So the minutes that I get from the city that is full of the discussion are about 10 or 11 pages per meeting. It's a 2-hour meeting. And the clerk, it's not the city clerk, but it's someone from the clerk's office, has been told, so she puts down or tries to put down everything everybody says. It's not a transcript. She's not a court reporter. They're recording the minutes, as many cities record all of their meetings, which, by the way, is not required by state law or by the Sunshine Law. But if you do record it, then it's a public record, and you have to keep it and make it available to the public. So if there's anybody who really wants to know everything that was said at the meeting, they should get the tape. Or now a lot of people are streaming these meetings or videoing, and then you can see that. But the actual written minutes should just be a record of the actions that were taken, what was done. So the motions that were made and the result of those. And those minutes could probably be 2 or 3 pages long. I mean, how nice for the clerks. And I will tell you what happens now with the minutes that I get from the one city that she says they insist they want to see a lot of detail. They are so full of inaccuracies because I go through them and I have to, and it takes me an hour or more just to make those adjustments because it's left up to the interpretation of this person. She's not trying to do a verbatim, but she's trying to, in her best way, capture what that person meant. And if you've ever been at meetings where people ask, approve the minutes, well, I didn't say that, or I didn't mean that, when you leave it up to somebody subjectively to interpret it or try to condense what somebody maybe was speaking for 10 minutes into what. And it's so full of extraneous stuff. But, that's how they do it. And I've been told in many cities the elected officials are the ones who really want detailed minutes. Now, the minutes from the other city I'm working with, they're like 2 or 3 pages. They just give, I can pick those up, and maybe if I, cross off 1 or 2 words, they're just an exact record of what we did at that meeting. It's so refreshing. It's so much easier. So I'd be interested in hearing your reactions on what you need out of minutes, as particularly the elected officials here, and why, if you're not satisfied with action minutes, why? Anybody want to talk about it? What do you like to see? Anyone? Yeah. Yeah, right. And you certainly can say, discussion on development of blah, blah, blah. And then motion. Yeah. And nobody complains about it, do they? What I found in those really long minutes, nobody's reading them. Because we come back, they have 9 citizens on their charter committee. And when I ask for if there are any additions or corrections, never are any. Because they're not reading them. They're busy people. They don't have time to read 12 pages of minutes. Anyway, so that's kind of interesting. Yeah. Sure. And when you do have public input, you know, you ask people to recognize. And so I guess you do say so-and-so spoke on this item or that item, but you don't try to, again, if you try to interpret, and that's what I have in these minutes that are driving me nuts. Everybody from the audience who's speaking, she's trying to figure out what they meant. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yes.
So with Granicus, anybody can go and see what they've said.
Mm-hmm.
But when you put that in the minutes, then if we're going to approve the minutes, I have to read the minutes.
Yes.
Because if I'm going to approve them, I have to approve that that's what was said.
Well, right. So it's better if it's not in there correctly. Okay, so just making sure that's the motion, that's how I voted on it, that's my understanding of the results. Anybody else want to weigh in on minutes? Yeah.
We pretty much do the action.
Mm-hmm.
The format of it. You know, under the council reports, whatever the counselor said would be bullet pointed. It's not the entire 5 sentences that said I went and did this, this, and this. Here, here, here. But one of the things we do on all of ours is we do put who seconded the motion.
And that's fine. I mean, I think cities routinely do that. Yeah, right.
I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I just saw it on your notes. So
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah, well, you know, again, this wasn't written for governments, and, you know, Robert's rule says you don't need to put the name of the person who seconded it, which helps sometimes when you're in not necessarily a council meeting, but another group, and somebody yells out. I mean, for example, we take minutes for the Tri-County League of Cities meetings, and there's, you know, 50, 70 people there. We have no idea who yelled out second, but you don't need to put just it was seconded, you know, so that's fine, relieves you of that. So clerks, anybody else from staff want to weigh in on this, how you do minutes or prefer to do minutes? Okay. All right, so again, the things not to put, and of course this is, when you do more than action minutes is where you get into trouble because again, you start to try to interpret and you never, of course, want to put in an angry citizen. You know, you just can't kind of characterize how someone was when they spoke. A record of what was done, not what was said. You don't need to, if a motion's withdrawn, you don't need to include that in the minutes. And again, as I said, you don't need the name of the seconder, and then, of course, all that flowery language. So let's go back over, and by the way, I know your minutes are distributed to you in advance, right? And you don't read minutes at a meeting. They're just presented as printed or given to you. Okay. And all right, so let's go back over the true-false because I don't know if I covered everyone. So the first one was false. The second one we said was true. The third one, 2 kinds of motions, true. And just now we said the minutes are a record of what was said at a meeting. False. They're what was done at a meeting, not what was said at a meeting. There must be a motion and a second to approve the minutes. False. You don't need a second to approve the minutes. Yeah, that's one that you don't need a second. The maker of the motion should be the first to speak in favor of it. True. Presiding officer has the right to speak in favor of or in opposition to a motion. True. And, you know, of course, in Robert's rules for small groups, you don't even have to give the gavel over to do that. But I think in local government you don't either. How do you, as mayors, do you speak with the gavel in favor or opposed to something, or do you hand it over if you're going to speak? Okay, but to make a motion. Okay, all right. 2/3 vote is required to postpone a motion indefinitely. False. Remember, we said it's only a majority vote, and that is a really strong, powerful tool to use if you want to make something disappear. Members of the audience may raise a point of order during a meeting. False. Debbie, that's exactly the question you asked me. They are not a member of the group. They don't participate in the meeting, other than where citizens are invited to participate. And a motion to reconsider a motion that has previously passed can only be made by someone who voted on the prevailing side. True, unless you're using the small group rules, which say anybody can do that. So I've actually ended early. So let's see if there's any questions, things that weren't covered that you are still puzzled about. Any other comments? Yes, sir.
I just remind everybody, these are the parliamentary rules, but we also have Florida statutes that might apply in certain cases to make things.
Definitely. And those, absolutely. And the quasi-judicial meetings have their own rules, and you have to have evidence, and only certain people can speak. And so wherever the Florida statutes prevail, in any of these cases, Robert's rules come after that. So.
Also check your charter about forums, how many votes are necessary to pass.
Right.
Sometimes they're different.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's great comments. Anything else? So I hope this has been helpful and given you a little insight. Yeah.
I just have a remark after you're done.
Okay. I hope it's given you a little insight. If you really, want to get more into it, get one of these kinds of books, because I think it's much easier to digest, and you'll see a lot of the information I shared with you from this. And I wish you well. I hope your meetings go really nicely in the future. Thank you.
All right. On behalf of the City of Madeira Beach, thank you all for coming here to share this session with us today. Hopefully it was enlightful and provided some great perspective. But certainly we want to take this time to thank Marilyn Crotty for her service. Unfortunately, she's going to be departing and retiring from over 36 years of service to the Florida Institute for, she's worked with multiple agencies as far as assisting us in becoming seasoned administrators, but she'll be leaving the Florida Institute of Government at the University of Central Florida. And as a UCF alumni, it is certainly with a heavy heart that she is departing from us. But thank you so much for your service in training both staff, elected officials, and administrators. She has impacted a lot of us in the profession, so hopefully we continue to make her proud. So if you join me in just standing up and giving her a round of applause for her service. Thank you.